Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, December 25th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $sign ORION or the YouTube Super Chat right here. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Two matchups in the morning might have surprised you a little bit, but for those that have been watching the NFL, to see the Raiders beat the Chiefs, I wasn't really that surprised. I think a lot of people thought the Chiefs would win, maybe barely, just because they've been struggling, but they're at home. It's Christmas. The Chiefs are going to have at least enough offense to get it done. And then we can see, some of these teams in the AFC that have been powerhouse super teams are, having a little bit of struggles and having some weaknesses. Now, could they get it into gear, by the time the playoffs start and get hot for a couple games and somehow make it to the AFC Championship game? I believe they could, just because there's still a lot of wiggle room in the AFC. Because, there's no real team besides the Ravens that's pulling away. Like the Dolphins, they look kind of good and bad. The Jags were really good, but now after an 8-3 start, they've gone on a 4 or 5 game skid. But we know that Trevor Lawrence, when he's healthy, him and Etienne are awesome, right? No, and then you're looking at the Chiefs. They got the names. You don't got Bieniemy. You don't got Juju. You got Nagy. You got, guys that are kind of dropping balls, and it feels like the offense isn't as strong as it used to be in past years. The defense was top 3, top 5, but even a top 3, top 5, or top 10 D gets tired. So hopefully they can figure it out. And then obviously with the Philadelphia Eagles barely holding on against the Giants, but I guess a win is a win. But this is the game that everyone wants to pay attention to. This is the game that is a preview possibly of the Super Bowl this year. The number 1 Baltimore Ravens on the AFC. Lamar Action Jackson. Do you look like a guy that could win NFL MVP or Player of the Year? Yes, you do. And on the other side, the San Francisco 49ers, bang, bang, Niner gang, number 1 team in the NFC, number 1 team overall. Brock Purdy, better than Jimmy G, better than Kaepernick. Could this guy be the next guy after Joe Montana and Steve Young? Kind of feels like it. Run CMC. Is he the real MVP or Offensive Player of the Year? We'll see which award goes to which guy. But if no single quarterback is breaking records like a Mahomes or a Josh Allen or a Jalen Hurts, you might as well give it to the best player. And the best player in the NFL this year is Christian McCaffrey. So we'll see if they, give him the MVP, or like they were saying earlier, it might be Offensive Player of the Year for Christian McCaffrey, MVP to a quarterback, to like a Purdy or a Lamar. I could definitely see that scenario. But if McCaffrey is playing as good as he is, yes, I know they like to spread the award to 2 different guys, but if one guy is deserving, give him the award. But I'm ready for this matchup with the Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang, and the Ravens flock. Let's freaking go. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Let's freaking go, baby. James in the building. What's good? Let's go, Detroit Lions. Hashtag One Pride. NFC North champions. And hopefully you can go on a deep of a run as you possibly can go. And this will be the first year, probably of a 5-year stretch where you're going to be very, very good. Hybrid in the building. What's good? Ravens flock, baby, in the building. Megan in the building. Hoxton, Raven supporter. How are you? Finley in the building. You already know what it is. Panthers in the building. Daniel in the building. Sarah in the building. Colts in the building. Let's get to 100 and donos. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Let's freaking go. Oh, my gosh. A lot more than I was anticipating. Got, some nice things for Paisley, like one of those like bone kind of squeak toys that's really big. I ended up getting a couple duck hoodies. I got a couple duck t-shirts. Big score was a PSA Julio auto jersey sewn. I wasn't anticipating a graded autographed jersey, because I have a Julio jersey, but mine was like the initial run, which was screen print when they first came out, and this one is like stitched. And on top of that, it's like, ooh, I'm gonna wear this, and then I look down and I see all the like authenticity stuff, and then the autograph on the number on the 44. I'm like, oh my god! I was like, you guys didn't have to go all crazy like that. So that was kind of cool. A couple old school figures from like my childhood, Ultimate Warrior, wrestling figure. a couple custom items like I got on right now. I got a custom hoodie with me and Paisley on it that was made from the fam, which is very, very cool front and back. Very swaggy. And trying to think what else. Just a little bit of everything. Really, really good food, good leftovers. A Ichiro Griffey bauble with box from 2010, and a few other things. So yeah, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty good overall Christmas. And I got back in time to take Paisley on another walk. And, she's trying to settle in. And then we'll do this game. And then we'll do another walk and we'll go from there. But I'm excited about this matchup. Last time the Ravens played the Niners, Ravens won by a field goal by Justin Tucker in Baltimore. So it's only fitting that the Niners get revenge here at home and they win by somewhere between 3 and 10 points. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to get. I hope it's a close game and it goes down to a field goal at the very end. If it ended up being like 31-28, and we're like, yes, but I don't know what kind of defense we're going to get. If it's going to be low scoring, 17-13 kind of final, maybe 23-20, or is the offense going to get loose, or are we going to get any pick sixes, fumbles for touchdowns? Are we going to get a punt return or kick return for a touchdown? I'm not too sure, but we'll find out here shortly. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I got a bunch of like snacky stuff. I got a box full, like 3 things of gummy bears, like 2 of gummy worms, and then some other like dragon thing, and then all kinds of just I mean, I'm not really a big chocolate person or whatever, but anytime it ends up being, around the holiday time or like Thanksgiving, but especially Christmas, you'll have like a stocking or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not really a guy that's going to buy too much, but I do have a sweet tooth for like Sour Patch Kids and Skittles and like Starburst and stuff. And, it won't be every day. It'll be once in a while. But yeah, sometimes it's kind of nice. It's like you get some money, you get some gifts, you get some Oregon swag, which I got some pretty sweet items. And then, yeah, I'm ready for this matchup. You guys would be jealous if you could see this hoodie right now. Custom, one of one. What's up, Matt? How are you? Hope everyone is having a good holiday. But I ended up getting Paisley. Supposedly at Petco and PetSmart, they have these ropes that you can buy that are like they say scentless, but they have a weird smell to them. Scentless, my ass. But I ended up buying it, for it's like a brand that it's high end, and I've never bought it before. And she's kind of ripping it apart. And usually, when you have stuff like that, if you have a dog, you understand. But then you get all the threads like all over the carpet and everywhere, and you're picking all that shit up. And so, she was destroying that thing. So luckily, I ended up getting this like big squeaker bone kind of like cloth toy, but it's huge. So that's been keeping her busy, and she's missed dad, but dad is back, and I'm ready to go. I am ready to go. And the thumbnail took a little while to do, but I think it turned out pretty good. And I had to go with the guys that are holding it down. On the left, we got Lamar Action Jackson. On the right, we got our boy Christian from CMC McCaffrey, baby. And then I had to hit you with the Merry Christmas. If I didn't do that, that would be lazy. At least gotta make sure we're putting in maximum effort, especially if it's Thanksgiving or if it's Christmas. So let's go. My stepsister's husband has a relative that had a huge like toy antique shop that was going out of business and was able to get a bunch of things like donated or handed down. And so my dad got like 6 or 7 Dodger bobbleheads. Some were like AAA affiliate. Some were giveaways from the stadium. Um, and they ended up getting this really awesome Yasiel Puig. It was like kind of like a piggy bank, like a piggy bank, but it's got Puig sliding, right? And you pull him back, and then you put in a coin, and as he slides to second base, right, it pushes the coin into like the little thing, and it's like a dual toy slash piggy bank slash Puiggy bank through Bank of America and the Dodgers. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I think I liked my dad's stuff that he got more than even he did. I was like, dude, I was jealous. I was like, Dad, I was like, you get stuff like I get. But then I was like, damn, you got like 7 baubles? And they were all like dope. Clayton Kershaw, and he even got like some of the rare ones where the guy only played for like a year or two. So it was like a year or two of like the SL Puig, and then he was gone, traded or didn't play well. Or Chase Utley being on the Phillies, then playing on the Dodgers. But I was like kind of jealous of my dad's swag that he got. But I ended up getting some pretty cool stuff too. And I hope you guys had a great Christmas, a happy holiday. And, we're going into the new year, but we got some football to take care of here tonight. And they saved the best for last. NWSF and the Ravens flock versus the San Francisco 49ers. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Padilla in the building. What's good? Yeah, I mean, if you got the money, do it. Someone's got to rep. If it can't be me, it's got to be you. If you got the extra money, hey, if that even means less donos to me, you got to get that jersey. Do it. You always support me and Brandon and every other venture that you get yourself into. Sometimes you got to take care of you. You will always take care of me when the time is right. But sometimes you got to take care of you. So if that means you got to spend $300, $400, $500 on a hockey jersey, to represent the Kraken, but it's one of the coolest that's ever come out, maybe you do it if you can afford it. Hey, guy, Merry Christmas, Raiders. Chiefs fans on the channel will be angry, but I've been kind of trying to say I told you so. I didn't start Mahomes. Reflect started Rice and Kelsey, and if he didn't have Jalen, he'd be losing. But I think he's going to go to the championship against me. But when a player is playing good, like Baker Mayfield, he might not be a top name. He might be a top 16 quarterback, right in the middle. Mahomes is normally 1, 2, or 3. But if you've been watching the Chiefs and you've been watching football, sometimes you can't trust certain players. Yes, I know you're one of the best of all time, Mount Rushmore, Patrick Mahomes. When it's all said and done, you'll probably be one of the top 5, with what guys? Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, John Elway, and you're probably going to see Patrick Mahomes. But, with that defense being top 3, top 5, top 10, getting tired, playing too much, receivers dropping balls, Mahomes and Kelsey losing their lid, throwing helmets, screaming, at each other, at other people. And then the other guys, the role players dropping balls. I kind of feel bad for them. But it shows you, if you lose a Bieniemy, if you lose a Juju, and you don't address DeAndre Hopkins when you had a chance, and then you're Kadarius Toney and you're these other guys, it shows you the Raiders can start a rookie quarterback, but the vibe is better. No Taylor Swift, brand new coach, McDaniels, get the fuck out of here. Let's get a new guy in here. Oh, you played in the NFL? Antonio Pierce, I kind of like you. Let's play hard for this guy. And then boom, shakalaka, touchdown. Special teams, defense. You don't know where it's coming from, the Raiders. And then boom, shakalaka. If you started Mahomes, you still got like 16, 17 points. But if you're a Chiefs fan, you're worried. You know that they're still good enough to be like the second, third, or fourth best team, even with the way that things are going right now, because the Jags were 8-3, 4 or 5 game skid. So they're not, that team that we thought they could be. They've dropped games, right? But they're still pretty good if they can get healthy with Lawrence and ETN. The Dolphins, we feel they're pretty good. But, how good are they really? We don't know. It's unproven. We like Tua and Waddle and Mostert and Tyreek, but we don't really know about that defense. And for Mike McDaniel, it's brand new. Not saying they can't do it, but it's brand new. Then you got the best in the Ravens, and obviously they're very well-rounded with Roquan Smith. So, and you see what Lamar is doing. No Mark Andrews, no problem, which is very impressive. But that's where the luck may end, where you're really, really good, and you can beat the Chiefs as the Ravens. You can beat the Jags. You can beat the Dolphins. If it wants to be the Bills, they're the hot team, or the Browns, whoever the fuck, right? But when it comes down to if it's home field advantage, or if it's on the road, who do you trust the most in the NFL right now? You trust the Ravens and you trust the Niners because they almost have an identical record home and on the road. But even with the Ravens being the number 1 team, I'm not sure if it's just a 100% gimme that they're going to get there. Same thing with the Niners. We assume that both of those teams are going to get there, but that's also assuming no one big gets hurt from now until then. So hopefully the Chiefs will address the wide receiver position. If I was them, I would be throwing the bag like Ohtani, like Mike Evans and some guys, seeing if they can get that or draft a couple. But things need to change. And, every little distraction, when you don't think it's a distraction, it really is a distraction. I really feel that the whole Taylor Swift thing, that they could say, oh, it's not a big deal. It is. because any type of media coverage that's going to be on her and then Kelsey, depending on if he's playing good, playing bad, and then things get magnified, and then Pat's getting irritated. You never seen Pat lose his cool. You never seen that type of attitude come out. That Kermit the Frog, that angry frog coming out of Mahomes. I mean, he's pretty calm, cool, collected. He knows what to say to the media. Now, with everyone dropping balls, even the best receivers dropping a ball a game, and Rashee Rice, like he's throwing the helmet, he's screaming. I get it. I'm frustrated too, watching goddamn playing that football that's not up to our standard. But it shows no one can ever assume they're going to be a super team forever. No one's going to be the New England Patriots for 20 years. And it shows you that Belichick, Brady, Gronk connection, how incredibly insane that was. And then the coordinators that they had and left could never have success without Belichick. Bill O'Brien, Charlie Weiss, Romeo Cornell, Josh McDaniels. It's a Bill thing, but it's a together thing. But very, very interesting to see where these teams end up. But one thing kind of feels for like right now that, normally, historically speaking, if you went to the Super Bowl and won or lost, you're probably not going back. So to say that the Chiefs and Eagles are not going back to the Super Bowl, I think is a pretty safe thing to say. Can it happen? One of those teams or both? Of course, because there's still going to be two of the top, 7 or 8 teams overall. But it kind of feels like a shift is happening like it normally does. Renee in the building, bang, bang, nine a gang, okay? And it could definitely very well be Ravens and Niners when we go to the Super Bowl. Congratulations to David, not Dave Chappelle, but David, and a guy, Raiders fans. Great win, man. I know Chiefs fans. I mean, like I said, I always have to keep it 100. I always have to keep it real. I can't just tell people what they want to hear to make them happy, to get good comments or dono opportunities. I always have to keep it 100. Good, bad, or ugly, you'll respect me in the long run. You might be irritated or upset with the team, but sometimes, elite teams need to know that they're not as good as they think they are anymore. But it could improve as early as next year. It's not like they've fallen off the face of the earth. But when you're at home and you can't beat the Raiders, when you're very capable of a roster that could, then it goes down to coaching, play calling, coordinators, coaches. Is there anything missing? And when you look at the Eagles and you look at the Chiefs, there are key coaches missing, and it looks like two different teams. Merry Christmas, my homies. Let's go, baby. Merry Christmas. Fake screen, handoff. Good defense. And I like this because I feel like the defense is going to be insane. Arguably the best on really each side, right? Like one of the top defenses. But then also, there's still enough big splash playability from players. And that's why I really wish that Mark Andrews was playing in this game, because being a not just on my fantasy team, but just a top 2 tight end. Normally it's going to go Kelsey, Andrews, Kittle. Now you got Laporta and a few of these other guys, and they're going to be kind of flip flopping 2, 3, and 4 every year. But as of now, Kelsey still is the guy. But I feel that there's going to be a shift sooner than later, where maybe Kelsey's number 2 and someone else is going to be number 1. Whether that be Kittle in a big year, Andrews in a healthy year, or maybe a guy like Laporta, where maybe he has 12 touchdowns in a season and like 1,500 yards in like a year or 2 or 3, and ends up being like known as the number 1 tight. I mean, I don't think that would shock anyone. We're kind of getting to that point. Not JT in the building. What's good? Shotgun set. Lamar, third down, over his head, incomplete. Oregon to beat Liberty. Me too. Me too, bro. Ravens with the punt. I got Niners winning today at home. Last time the Ravens played at home when they played, they won by 3 with a Tucker field goal to win. So I'm going Niners, somewhere between 3 and 10-point win, somewhere in there, but I got Niners winning at home. I mean, I can see as little as 1, 2, or 3, for the Niners side. But like I said, I don't see it being any bigger than 10. I really do respect the Ravens and what they bring, and this could be a Super Bowl champion on this football field right here, one or the other. I mean, they're very good. Kind of convenient for Baltimore too. I mean, even with the Mark Andrews injury, what a shame. But the Chiefs aren't as good. The Bills are getting hot at the right time, and I wouldn't want to play them, but they're not the same type of team we've seen in past years. Burrow is hurt. So you got the AFC. Yeah, you got the Dolphins, but they've only beaten one team that's got like a good record that's above 500. So it's like I don't know. I still think we're still in the assessment phase. I feel Purdy and complete. Yeah, Raiders played well, big dog. I appreciate that. There's gonna be a lot of defense in this game. Could end up being lower scoring, but again, every big play. This game kind of feels like how in the college football playoff, like how Michigan and Alabama might look. Michigan is like the Niners, Bama is the Ravens, and you respect both. Both are good. Both got good offenses and defenses, but you just don't really know who's going to win. You might have a kind of a feeling of who you like personally better, for like favoritism, like maybe you like this school better or these players better, but it kind of feels like a very similar situation. The game is on ESPN, ABC, so I would assume ESPN for most people. Hey, you'll take wins any way you get. Even if it's only by 3, and you have to get a game-winning drive from Geno, whatever it takes. As long as you can win those 3 trap games at the end. The Titans, right? On the road, at home against Pittsburgh, and then the last game, the trap game against the Cardinals. Because if you don't take Kyler and James Conner lightly, or Trey McBride, they could hurt you. And I think everyone knows it. You can't take advantage and get too cocky when you have the trap games in the division. But as long as they're focused and they get the job done, they'll be fine. Job number 1 completed to beat the Titans. Now job number 2 to try to beat a very energetic Pittsburgh Steelers team. Oh, baby, let's go. George Kittle rumbling in above the 50, the 40, the 30. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Move the chains. George Kittle, let's go. That was nice. Kittle, baby. E-Man in the building. What's good? That was nice. Birdie. Purdy is like, everyone wants to say, oh, Purdy, he's just a, game manager. Oh, he can only do it for the Niners. Of course, he's going to play the best when you got the best coach, best defense, best O line and D line, the best weapons around him. But still, we've seen other guys get this opportunity and fall flat and fuck up. So remember, if you want to compare Purdy to Garoppolo or Colin Kaepernick or any of the other guys, remember, you've seen the Alex Smith, you've seen the Kaepernick, you've seen, the Jimmy Garoppolo. This guy's better than them. It's like you either can realize it or not. Why you hate him because he's a seventh rounder? Intercepted, big pick there by the Ravens. But he's still better to me than even with that pick. He's still better than the other guys. He ain't Steve Young. He ain't Joe Montana. And I feel like he kind of has like Jeff Garcia energy, where it's like Jeff Garcia. It was a hard situation for him to step into the role of being the guy after Joe Montana and Steve Young. But I feel like when you saw Jeff Garcia in his prime, you believed in him. And I feel with Purdy, you believe in him too. He's going to fuck up. And, there's going to be teams like Hamilton from Notre Dame making, a great play, a great jump on the ball, cluing right there. And he's going to make mistakes. But I do like Purdy. I think that he is a lot better than people want to give him credit for. Now, how high would I rank Purdy? That's another question. Because sometimes statistically, he's ranked in the top 5 and top 10 in a lot of stuff. But I would say the eye test sometimes says, yes, you're top 5 or top 10 quarterback for this week. But then there's also times when we watch Brock Purdy and we're like, well, he kind of looks maybe like more Baker Mayfield, maybe like top 15, but then sometimes does top 10 things, but it's kind of back and forth. So, and you are a product of who you are around for sure. But I don't know. I like him. And I still think that, these two teams are the two best right now. Big facts. Smash that like button, motherfucker. All the Raider fans are coming in the building. Chief fans are staying away. They're all angry and pissed off. Hopefully they come in and show your boys some love. And all the Raider fans, whether they made one post, liked one of my videos, watched all my videos, or none of my videos, right, then all of them are coming in today. Hey, I don't blame you. Raiders. You got rid of Josh McDaniels before the season ended, right? Pierce is getting them motivated, and it shows you. In my fantasy league, I have Mahomes and Baker Mayfield. You think I started Patrick Mahomes? Fuck no, because I don't trust him, and I haven't been able to trust him. He's only hit 20 once out of like 7 weeks. And if that's the case, I can't trust the team. Okay? I know they're going to win some games, but I don't trust that offense. Big facts. Kyle Hamilton, big play. Merry Christmas, Raiders. NC Jolly. Hey, Dalla Holla. What's good? He said number 3 ranked defense. He said Panthers. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Anything you want to see Panther-wise, let me know. You got a favorite player, someone you want me to rep on the screen besides, if you want me to do Bryce Young, whatever you want, whoever you want to showcase, and your swag, who you think is awesome, you let me know, and I got you. $5, 95 to go. Merry Christmas, and I appreciate you. DJ Shock. All right, baby. We'll hand off. There's going to be a lot of running in mud in this game. So if anyone's anticipating a 42-40 game, you're not going to get it. There's going to be really good defense, big picks, big fumbles, maybe a punt return or a kick return for a touchdown. And then any big play that happens with runs and passes will be magnified because we're not going to get as many of those. So in a typical game, maybe there's like 8 big passes. In this game, you might only have 4, 2 on each side. But if you get a big 50-yard bomb, make sure you're the guy that's catching it and getting in the end zone because you don't really know what the score is going to be. It could be as low as a 2017 game. We'll see. Hopefully more than that, though. Lamar, shotgun set. Got plenty of time back there. Incomplete. Sidearm throw. Got to make sure we got the Ravens logo going. Third down and 5. Shotgun set for Lamar. Pressure off the edge. Nice catch. I gotta hit you with the Panther logo. I can't be lazy. It's Christmas. You feel me? Get you some swag. We don't get too many Panther times for representing, so it's always cool when we can. When I get those teams, Lamar running for his life. Referee falls down. Wow, that was wild right there. Referee's like, fuck, get out of the way. Let me get you one more. Safety. Whoa. A safety when they weren't even trying to get a safety. And I'll even hit you with a little love. Bryce, baby. That's actually a fire photo. HD 4K. Bang, bang. Panthers in the building. Someone's got to represent for the NFC South. Two zero Niners. Thanks to Matt and Sarah and Cyberpunk for helping out on the Twitter X side. I appreciate that. All right, baby. Free kick. 2-0 Niners. Oh, damn. Dropped it. No return. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. And we'll be getting very closely to a happy new year. Appreciate you guys. I appreciate that. Sometimes yours, they get, I don't see them until later, but normally whenever I see them, I try to like everything as soon as I'm on that particular app. So friends do, man. Support each other. All right, first down and 10. Let's see what this Niner offense can cook up with Kyle Shanahan, to me, who's the most brilliant play caller, and schemer in the NFL. Sean McVay is right there with them. And I feel that, regardless if the team has talent or if they have injuries, they're always going to get the maximum out of their players based off scheme and finding the advantages on the defense and the holes and exploiting them like a motherfucker. There's not very many coaches that know how to do it, let alone have a very complex play style and then actually be able to execute it with their type of guys. And that's how you're seeing the Rams, like the Bills, are probably the two hottest teams on the outside looking in. No one wants to play the fucking Rams or Bills, as we're moving forward, because if you do, you could lose. Big facts. Halfback toss. McCaffrey. You should. Like I told you, get a job, get the Hawaiian broadband, right? Get like an iMac, get like a microphone and then like a splitter thing that you'll plug it into, unless you plug it into speakers. Get all that stuff situated. Make sure the internet is fast enough so it's not laggy, and then boom, Oregon Ducks, baby. I'm going to be doing lots of content. I'm not going to, have someone with me all the time, but for certain events, throughout the year, of course, I wouldn't mind having, someone there, if I feel it could be a good vibe. So, a guy. Raiders. And I was watching the game, and I was like talking to my dad because my dad doesn't follow as much on the NFL side. I was like, you got to keep up. This Patrick Mahomes thing. Just because he was superstar a couple years ago. I was like, I showed him my fantasy league, and it's like, you see Mahomes on the bench, and I was like, that's why I put him there. He still ended up salvaging out like 16, 17 points, thank God, because I'm probably going to have to use Mahomes in the championship for 2 weeks, Bengals, and then Chargers, and their defense isn't good. But still, it's like I don't feel good. It's like in the past, you got Mahomes, you're like, oh, I'm going to beat your ass. Now with Mahomes, you're like, fuck, I hope I get to 15, 17 points. There is no, like, I'm dominating you. You're just like praying that he gets at least, close to what he's projected to, or a couple points lower than the projection. So, but I can't play Baker because Baker's got the Saints and the Panthers, and those are 2 red matchups. So I can't do that. But I did play Baker, Rachaad White, Mike Evans, a couple Lions players, and I ended up winning by like 100. So I would say that's pretty good to be a number 1 seed, to play the 4 seed, and to win by 100. But I've never hit over 300, in a semifinal round in 2 weeks ever. So I guess I'm breaking history right now too. That's like, hell, I'm happy if I get over 100 sometimes, or 120. But when you're averaging 150, 160 per week, yeah, you're probably winning. So I want to keep that momentum going, but I got a hell of a lot of red matchups next week, but I got a hell of a lot of green ones in week 2. So if I'm down by 15 going into week 2, I can come back and win. But if I'm down by 40, I might be fucked. But I feel pretty good about my roster and my chances, but we'll see. Hey, guys, Raiders. Let me know what photos you want to see for the Raiders. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Raiders. I knew you guys were going to win that game too. That one felt like complete trap game to me. I don't know, man. Like, people want to say Taylor Swift doesn't matter. People want to say Eric Bieniemy and Juju doesn't want to matter. People want to say Kadarius Toney and all this shit doesn't matter. But apparently it does, because we've never seen the Chiefs look so vulnerable. I've never seen Pat get so angry, and I've never seen the lack of execution. Hell, even their best receiver, even Chiefs fans will tell you, and Rashee Rice, he's the best, and he even drops a pass a game. So they need to really get that cleaned up. But the Chiefs could still make the AFC Championship game, but it'll be their hardest path yet if they get there. 4th down and 1. And I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just trying to, give you an evaluation on what I see. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Like, honestly, like if you were watching football and you were going to put a bet, or you're doing fantasy, right? And then you see the Chiefs the way that they've been playing, do you really feel comfortable? Like, I almost would put more money on the Bills and Josh Allen. Am I a Josh Allen lover? Am I a Josh Allen fan? Not really. But, I didn't really like what he was doing as a top 5 quarterback, forcing into double, triple coverage, bad turnovers, and I kind of didn't like him as much. And then everyone got hurt, and then I kind of find myself rooting for him because Burrow's out, Mahomes isn't playing good, Jalen's got a first-place schedule. No one is really balling out, and taking a run away with the quarterback position this year. So I kind of find myself like rooting for Stafford and Josh Allen to kind of keep it going. Like, sometimes you can be good and then suck and then try to get good again. And I don't know. We'll see on the vibe. But, I mean, Jags, wishy-washy. Dolphins, wishy-washy. Chiefs, I can't trust. Is a weird team like the Browns going to upset a team like the Chiefs? I mean, it could happen. I don't know. I mean, all I know is the NFL is crazy, and you got to expect the unexpected. So, hey, I just got to keep it real, though, right? I would do it if it was my team. I don't want to sugarcoat shit. That's my perspective. I mean, if I'm trying to win a fantasy championship and I see Patrick Mahomes 7 weeks and he's only hit 20 once when he used to hit 26 out of 7 times, now he's done it once out of 7 weeks. What would make me have trust in that? You have to have trust when you're making bets or when you're playing in fantasy. So that's why you have to go based off who's producing, Baker Mayfield, who's struggling, Patrick Mahomes, and that's why Mahomes goes on the bench, but I'm not going to get rid of him. And now I have to use them and hope it works. Purdy, tipped, and complete. Well, not every fan knows football, but there definitely is struggles there, And like I said, anyone can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, Thursday. So even though the Chiefs have looked bad, right, and we assume, Ravens, Dolphins, and these other teams would beat them, but some of those teams sometimes look kind of shaky themselves. So there's no really one team that we can say, yep, they're going to beat everybody except for the Ravens. They're the only one. Or, yep, they're going to beat everybody, Niners in the NFC. But everyone else is like below on a different tier. It's like Ravens, everyone else below them. Niners, everyone below them. I mean, that's kind of how I feel because of the offense and the defense. It's making sure you have that continuity and you're good on both sides. So, and it's not like I like seeing them struggle. I don't want to see any fan base struggle. Field goal up and it good. 3 with a 2, 5, 0, bang, bang, not again. Jake Moody. I had you in fantasy, then I dropped you. Yeah, but again, Sarah, you know how that goes. Not everyone is going to be on the same point. They can act like the enemy thing doesn't matter, but again, there's a lack of execution. There's a lack of discipline. And when you just watch a team, you can tell when there's distractions or when things aren't going the way that they're supposed to. And we've never had a problem with drops before, and they were pacing to have the most drops at any team in 10 years. That's a problem. But with all the negativity and all the things that are just true stats of what we're seeing, is it still possible they get to the Super Bowl or they get to the AFC Championship game? Yes, because the AFC is thin. There's teams, but we don't really know who's a contender and who's a pretender yet. We have a feeling. But again, a team like the Rams or the Bills, if they get in, I wouldn't want to play them because the way the Bills have been playing as of late overall in the last month, the Bills could beat anybody in the AFC, including the Ravens. And the Rams could beat anybody, it feels like. And even compete with the Niners the way that they've been playing. It's just sometimes a team gets hot and it doesn't even matter what the defense looks like on the other side. They are just, on one. And I feel that sometimes when you get those teams, you don't have to be the best team. All you have to be is the hottest and the healthiest in December. Go 3-1, 4-0, ride the wave, Uncle Mo, and then see where it takes you. But again, with me in fantasy, if I trusted, Mahomes, I would have been playing him. But again, Baker got me 19.82. Mahomes got 16.7. So not bad. But, normally when you hear about Mahomes, it's 20 to 45 points, not almost every game under 20. It's just ridiculous. But again, sometimes it's a bad throw by him. Sometimes it's a receiver's fault, which it is most of the time. He's a 10th rated quarterback, which is a weird thing to say. Patrick Mahomes is 10th. Like you would think that would be 10th when he's like on his like last year in the league or something, but I got mics like a lot of the main podcasters use. I have a Shure mic, Shure. So I got the same type of mics that you're going to see on a lot of sports podcasts. Also just streamers, video game, and also people that just talk, on channels about different things and different podcasts. So there's many different types of mics that they're out there, but the Shure brand is a good quality. Like I've had these since what 2017. So $10. Let's get to a hundo. Let me know any photos that we need to get. 90 to go. Five zero Niners. Bang bang Niner gang. I feel like the Mark Andrews is kind of like the missing link. Like the Niners are the better team, even if Mark Andrews was playing. But I feel if Mark Andrews is on the Ravens and the Ravens are the number one team in the AFC, he could be the difference maker. It's like if Mark Andrews has, 95 yards and 2 tutties, maybe that's the difference from the Ravens winning by 3 or losing by 3-10. It's like I feel that impact player is missing. And I think, if they do match up in the Super Bowl, anything can happen. But it's just kind of hard for me to believe that the Ravens could win the Super Bowl without Mark Andrews. They do usually get pretty good filler support at tight end, but it's not Mark Andrews. It's like, come on. It's like Travis Kelce's not playing. It's not the same. George Kittle's not playing. It's not the same. Laporta's not in there. Hawkinson's not. It's just there's a difference when you got a top 5 guy in there and then you got a top 20 backup, and then you just hope that he can do a shadow of what the main guy does. So first down and 10. Lamar, screen pass. Good defense by the Niners. Yeah, I think a lot of people, you could see the writing on the wall. It's like that initial Kadarius Toney play at the beginning where he bobbled it and then they got a interception and like a pick six from it or whatever. Like when you have shit like that happen early, that shit ain't going away. And again, it shows you like you need reliable route runners, but guys that have good hands that are focused. And if you want to be a well-oiled machine, it's more than just players and half of the coaching staff. Coaching fucking matters. Look at the difference between the Eagles and the Chiefs from last year to this year. Chiefs don't have their main guy with Andy Reid, with Eric Bieniemy, and then with the Eagles, you don't have Steichen. You're missing again, and you got two coordinators that you're missing on the offense and the defense. So to act like those things don't matter is fucking ridiculous, especially when they're good. And they built chemistry with the players. You're like, oh, we'll just replace them. It don't work like that. There's not, you just can't bring in, oh, Bieniemy, see you later. Nagy, come in here, and you're going to get the same results. That's stupid. It's not going to happen. Third down and 3. But I hope, these teams figure it out. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. I don't. This one's not good. Let me go with this next one. All right. Elliot in the building. What's good? Merry Christmas, bro. All right, Megan. Talk to you soon. Merry Christmas, bro. Oh, that's wild, right? I don't think anyone saw that coming. Anything is possible in the NFL. First down and 10. Short game. Yeah, I'm trying. I got to finish in fantasy, so it's like name recognition is one thing, and sometimes you feel tied to like certain guys that are famous and whatnot. But when it comes down to winning a championship, you got to make the smart moves, and sometimes it's hard to be able to be like, I'm going to play Baker Mayfield over Patrick Mahomes. It just doesn't sound right. But if you play fantasy, you go with the guy that's got the hot hand and that's got the better matchup, and if a guy or a team hasn't been playing well, then tread softly with caution. Don't expect a 40-point game out of Mahomes, otherwise you're going to be very disappointed. So 6 more to 20. Field goal up and it's good. 5-3 Niners. What is this? A hockey game? A soccer matchup? What is this? Good defense there by the Niners. Man, all the shit is like fucked up on all the things for like audio and video. It's like, come on, man. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. There we go. Let's go, baby. Merry Christmas. Ravens, Niners, 5-3. Who would have thought? All right, let me throw up some photos here. Kind of good. Sometimes the writing is on the wall. You just have to be able to see it. Things tend to repeat themselves if things don't get fixed. Hall of Famer, Raiders. Yeah, Air Whitey ended up sending me what he got. He got a looks like a Giannis pop, like a slam cover, with a little Giannis in it, and then he got his cream of the crop. He got a JJ Watt mini helmet signed. That's pretty cool on a Wisconsin mini helmet. I was like, ooh, I was like, that's kind of swaggy. I like that. All right, less than a minute to go. 5-3 Niners. Bang, bang. Niner gang. Yeah, and I thought it was cool too because obviously we know he's a Wisconsin fan. So I was going to say, having it on the Wisconsin mini helmet rather than like a Texan one. If you're a JJ Watt guy, I was like, oh, that's much cooler. I would rather have it on the college helmet too. And for his is usually for a lot of stuff that I've seen, they're pretty spendy. If you get an authenticated JJ, 175 to 250 typically somewhere in there. So nice gift. A couple hundo for sure. A piece that he'll either keep in the little package or have on his computer desk or somewhere in his room, I assume. Birdie, weird score, 5-3. End of the first quarter, 5-3 Niners. I don't think anyone anticipated that. No, but I got three plates. So I got the mashed potatoes, the gravy. They did ham and turkey. That's when you know that the food is gonna be really, really good when you get the ham and the turkey. So I got ham, turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, stuffing, and three kinds of pie, like cheesecake, and then some other like cheesecake, and then like two things of pumpkin. So yeah, I'm gonna be good with food for at least a day and a half, like maybe tonight and then tomorrow for a couple plates. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Anytime you get a little bit of leftovers on the Thanksgiving or the Christmas food side or Easter, those are usually my favorite meals of the year. So I'm ready. Sarah, anything that you got like clothes wise or sports wise that you were looking at? I'm just happy Paisley, was able to get something so that way she didn't feel left out. So I think go get a drink. Holiday, Epic, Paisley, and NWSF sweater. I will be back. Oh, that's good. That is good. Rent off is good. Let me get my drink here real quick. Hi, Paisley. Debo. Oh, tipped in the air. Intercepted. Let's go. Second pick. Here, I got to go wrap Paisley up like a burrito. All right, I'm back. Oh, nice stiff arm. Bouncing to the sideline. Running in mud. Yeah. $10. Let's get to hundo. Nice catch. First down, Ravens. Lamar. Little screen. Shake and bake, but Niner players are too fast. All right, baby. Me and Reflect in the championship, baby. I love it. Prediction came true. Screen pass. Oh, what a move. Oh, hit him with a skirt. Hit him with a skirt. First down, Ravens. All right, Zay. So let me give you a shimmy and let me give you a shake. As long as he doesn't tear an ACL doing that. Shotgun set. Lamar steps up in the pocket. Little check down. Rashad Bateman. What happened to my hands? You looking like a chief wide receiver. My hands. Shotgun set. Lamar, screen pass. Blocker downfield. Ooh, Niners be popping out there, man. All right, Dre Greenlaw. Lamar steps up in the pocket. Odell Beckham Jr. Move the chains, baby. Play action fake. Lamar, nice bat down. Fred Warner. That was nice. Hit him with that Dikembe Mutombo. No, no, no. No, no, no. Both quarterbacks getting roughed up a little bit. Shotgun set. Second down. Lamar scrambling, gambling, and complete. Third and goal. Both of these teams have a lot of amazing talent. Even a lot of like the guys that are mid or average or role players. There's quite a few that are a little bit better than people think. Once you're around a bunch of greatness, a lot of times these guys will elevate their play, and then some of them will actually become a name themselves. Trips left, false start, or delay a game on the Ravens. It's like delay a game, or did they get the timeout in? Playoff race: Niners 11-3, Eagles 11-4, Lions 11-4, Tampa Bay Buccaneers 8-7. Watch out! Wild card: Cowboys 10-5, Rams and Seahawks 8-7. It's going to come down to the wire, baby. Third and goal. Touchdown, Ravens. Lamar. Okay. Extra point is up, and it's good. 10-5. Ravens. Yeah, points will be scored, but again, it has a vibe of like that Michigan, Alabama, where there's just so much talent on the field. Sometimes the score is going to be a lot lower than people want because everyone wants offense. But when you get teams that have good offense and defense, sometimes you'll get disappointed. Touchdown, Ravens! Gus the Bus Edwards, 1 yard rushing TD. 10-5 Ravens. Nice job, Baltimore. Let's go, baby. Give me all that info. Six more likes. Gus, the bus, Edwards, 1 yard, touchdown. Justin Tucker, extra point is up, and it's good. Let's go. First ballot Hall of Famer. All right, Niners, your turn. Back and forth, back and forth. 90 to go. It's going to be very back and forth. Anybody watch anything on the NBA side today, or was everyone watching a majority of the NFL? I guess it just depends on which one you like more. If you got I guess if you're a Bucks fan or a Giannis fan, then you're watching. But if you're not a fan of like one of the teams that's playing, then maybe not. McCaffrey's at 4.6 points in fantasy. That's good for me. Baby. Being Chief by 106 in the semis. Is that good? 2 picks. Yes. Yes. Hamilton is super underrated. I mean, if you watched him at Notre Dame, you knew he was the real deal Holyfield. And even when they drafted him, people wanted to kind of doubt him. Anytime the Ravens pick someone through the Ozzie Newsome, era, or once he stepped back from that role, they know how to be able to get the most out of their defensive players. And almost all their defensive players end up being beast mode. Like, it's very rare someone gets drafted by the Ravens or comes over in free agency from the Ravens and just sucks ass on the defensive side of the ball. They have a certain type of MO of a guy that they're looking for. Guys that have that Ray Lewis, Ed Reed in them, the Patrick Queen, the Roquan Smith, the dogs. Celtics beat the Lakers, but did you watch it though? That's the real question. Did you watch it? Or did you just see the highlight on your social media? Yeah, you can talk about whatever. Talk about life. Doesn't always have to be about wide receiver routes. Whatever's going on. Sport related news or how you're feeling. Whatever's going on with the Oregon Ducks. Shake and bake. Debo. Interception, interception, interception. And that's what the Ravens need to do to be able to win this game. You got to be able to get multiple turnovers, try to get a fumble or two, put them in a position to feel uncomfortable. And both of these teams, they usually run their way through everyone. So Let's look at it. Shotgun set. Purdy. Blitz up the middle. Flag on the play. Purdy. Another flag on the play. Pointing. Tipped. Interception. Come on, Niners. You got to be better, George Kittle. Marlon Humphrey, another fucking dog. Like anyone that knows football, Humphrey's a dog. Patrick Queen is a dog. But Kyle Hamilton, a dog. But the best one is Roquan Smith. So you got like 4 dogs all spread out. Safety, corner, linebacker. You got them everywhere. Dogs. Niner fans are like, what is going on? Well, you can't turn the football over. The games that the Niners have won, this doesn't happen. So it's going to take a hell of a magical effort to rebound from this, and you're only down by 5, but it feels like the Niners are down by 15. Look at that. Perfect place, perfect time. Kyle Hamilton says, spank you very much. 10-5 Ravens. They're cooking. All right, we'll see what the Ravens got in their bag now. First time he's ever had 3 picks. Not all his fault, but you got to give the Ravens credit. Nice job, Ravens. Shotgun set. You got to protect the football. Bosa bomb. Now the Niner, but even with 3 picks, right? It's not like the score is 21-5. And even if it was, the Niners could come back. So with 3 picks, the Ravens only have 10-5. So I mean, but it feels much worse than it is. But you got to be able to score off turnovers. You got to be able to make sure that if you get a turnover, you're making the other team pay for it. You don't want to just punt it, on a 3 and out after getting a big fumble or pick. Those are the worst. Trips right. Shotgun set. Lamar steps up and complete. Flowers, the intended receiver. Field goal up, and it's good. 13-5 Ravens. All right, Tucker. Kick is good. Only down by 8. Yeah, which they should be. 90 to go. Thirteen-five Ravens. So far, so good. Best case scenario for Baltimore. 3 picks. You have a lead of 8 on the road. You're one of the top 2 teams in the NFL. Last time you played, you won by 3 with a Tucker field goal. We know the Niners are going to have to make adjustments. And obviously, when things get slowed down, usually they go to Christian McCaffrey to open them up, but they're typically not used to having a defense as good as theirs on the opposite side. And that's what you're getting here tonight. I couldn't think of 2 more even teams right now. And what makes it more impressive is that the Ravens don't have Mark Andrews, and they're still able to hang with the best team in the NFL, all things considered. So that shows how good the Ravens really are. And if they had Mark Andrews, then where do we put them? We're gonna have a good second half for sure. First down, handoff, McCaffrey. See if he can get loose. A defense is nice. Second down and 7. Purdy little confused, but we'll see if he can stay calm, cool, and collected. You got to always anticipate the worst, hope for the best, but anticipate the worst. It's not like the Ravens are 3-11. These are 2-11 teams, two with almost identical records at home and on the road. 2nd and 7. Little play action bootleg. Purdy. Got to be careful here. Wow. Finding McCaffrey there in the flat. Risky there. Trying to thread the needle. Sure, absolutely. Wow, what a passing lane by Purdy there. That could have been another pick. Nice touch on that pass by Purdy to McCaffrey. Good tackle by the Ravens there. Roquan Smith. 13-5 Ravens. 3rd down and 1. We're almost at halftime. All right, Purdy, show me. Three interceptions and you're only down by 8. I mean, that's ideally a win. Imagine if you had Brock Purdy in the fantasy playoffs right now and you're playing them, you're pulling your hair out. There's McCaffrey. No problem. I'll get some more photos of Lamar and anyone else, whatever they want at halftime. So I'll take a quick check up on Paisley and whatnot, and then we'll go from there. Second down and 2. All right, Purdy, let's see what you got. Obviously, you got to get into at least field goal range to feel pretty good about things. There's CMC, baby. Get loose. The juice is loose. Oh, baby, get off me. First down, Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Best player in the NFL this year. I mean, look at his fantasy numbers. They're fucking ridiculous. I mean, I could have went for CMC or Jetta. I didn't know Jetta was going to go down with an injury, but when McCaffrey can stay healthy for a full year, he's a different kind of player. Kind of like Saquon. If Saquon can stay healthy for a full year, he's not going to be as good as McCaffrey, but he might be a top 5 running back if Saquon stays healthy all year like he did last year. I would know. I had him. Wow, what a beast. And just like that, 3 picks by Purdy, doesn't matter. Thirteen, 12, Ravens. Let's go, baby. 3 minutes to go before we get into halftime. 13, 12, Ravens. 3 picks by Purdy. No problem. Still in the game. Not many quarterbacks can throw 3 picks and still feel confident that they're going to win the game in the second half. But Niners are very, very good at adjustments. So floater, nice catch. Shotgun set. Lamar, floater. Isaiah Likely. Backup tight end with the catch, apparently. I think it was about 5 people that wanted to do that. 'Yeah, but where they were a few years ago compared to where they are now is different, you know what I mean? 13-12, 2-minute warning, first down, Ravens. It's always interesting when you get like a troll or someone that is just genuinely stupid, or someone that's just trying to get a rise. You know, if they like want to see if people will respond to their dumb comment. But again, there's different levels of football fans that are biased. So there may be people that actually do think some of those things. Like in real life, they really honestly feel that way. But greatness is greatness. 13-12 Ravens. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Hope everyone had a good one. We're getting closer to more amazing bowl games, more NFL, fantastic matchups, and we're definitely going to see some new champions this year. First down and 10, 2-minute warning. Lamar. Wow. Lamar is so slippery, for a guy that you would think you'd be able to bring down immediately. But, he'll always try to find a way to like sidearm that son of a bitch. Like he's like a half second from hitting the ground and then just trying to get rid of it. Respect. He's like, I'm not taking a fucking sack. I'm going to find a way to get an incomplete pass somehow. Like being dragged to the ground, but he's like, oh, one last little attempt before, like right before my knee goes down. Let me get rid of this bitch. Oh, but he was down. Sack lunch. 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, batted down. Yeah, so you swap jerseys. I had some pictures with some of the players. Shotgun set. First down and 10. Lamar with a little dump down. Justice Hill with a 4 or 5 yard gain. Lamar. OBJ. Short game. First down, Ravens. Less than a minute to go. Lamar. First down, Baltimore. Move the chains. See if they can get a little bit more cushion here. Shotgun set. Lamar looking for a target. Flag on the play. Pass is caught by Nelson Aguilar coming back due to a hold, I would assume, on that offensive line. There you go. Repeat first down. Ronnie Stanley. Pretty good player. Gets caught holding from time to time, but let's take a look. We're going against what, the D end? Oh, yeah. Oh, his fingers were all up in there. That's a felony. You got caught, Ronnie. First down in 25. Less than 30 seconds to go. Ravens trying to pour it on. Four wide. Shotgun set. Lamar steps up in the pocket. Sidearm throw towards the sideline. Caught. Short gain, though. 41 yard. All right, Zay, I see you. See us route again. Nice little break off that route right there by Zay. Good closing speed, little toe drag, little toe tap there on the sideline. Tiptoeing in my Jordans. All right, Riff Raff, I see you. Less than 30 seconds to go. 13-12, Baltimore. 7 receptions out of 10 targets, 53 yards from Zay. Going deep and complete. Isaiah Likely, intended tight end. Third down and long. Lamar. Oh, good awareness to avoid that sack lunch. The shimmy and the shake. Go, go, go. Look at Lamar dance. Bands will make him dance. First down, Ravens. That was magnificent. What a run by Action Jackson. First down, Ravens. That was awesome. So shifty. He's like Michael Vick. He might go right, he might go left, he might duck, and then all of a sudden, when he decides he's going to run, right, then he gets into running back mode or wide receiver mode and starts hitting you with little shifts in his body movement, which you don't expect a quarterback to do, and that's what makes Lamar Action Jackson so dangerous. Motherfucker, electric. I think both teams are legit. Like I said, we could definitely see both of these teams in the Super Bowl, one of these teams in the Super Bowl, or maybe both within the next 2 years if the one team doesn't get there this year. If that's the Ravens, maybe next year. But I mean, if we're looking at all things considered, no Mark Andrews. Like, imagine like if the Chiefs were on top and then they were still able to do it without Travis Kelce. Like how impressive that would be. It's like Lamar is doing it without Mark Andrews, but again, he's making everyone around him better. There's a difference this year with like Lamar with his receivers and backup tight ends compared to like Mahomes and what he has to deal with. It's like night and day. Like I would, it's like even though you have lower name guys on Baltimore, you trust the offense more that Lamar will distribute it and the guys will actually fucking catch it. Tucker kick is up and it's good. Halftime 16-12 Ravens. Six leg, second half parlay. Interesting. It'll be tough. Parlays are tough to complete, especially on the holidays, but they are doable. All right, let me know where you guys want to go for photos here during halftime. Yeah, he hasn't had a 3-pick game at all in his NFL career besides today. But the thing is, it's not like they're down by 21, so it's not like they've been able to make him pay fully for it. So that's why the Niners and the Ravens are dangerous. Even Lamar could have 3 picks, and they're not going to be out of it. Like I said, the offense and the defense will still be able to find a way, but most people, you get 3 picks and you turn it into Joshua Dobbs and it turns into 4 picks and then you get benched and then you're fucked. Or like Mullins, where you get 4 picks and you're donezo. 2 leads to 3 leads to 4. So 5 more likes, 20. Let's get there. 90 to go to hit the goal. A tenth of the way there. I won't say he's Joe Montana. I won't say he's Steve Young. Gives me Jeff Garcia vibes where they're kind of like more positive than negative. I like him more than Garoppolo. I like him more than Kaepernick. Like, I feel that, yeah, there is a part of being a game manager that is who he is, but then he also gives you the ability, like Kirk Cousins, who's considered a game manager, but now you see how bad they are without him, where they can actually win games with quarterbacks that are ranked 10th or 15th. And sometimes, Purdy, statistically, if you're looking at his numbers, a lot of his stats are in the top 5 and top 10. It's just that he's Mr. Irrelevant on a really good team that people want to hate on because he's not a Steve Young or a Joe Montana name. But again, Trey Lance didn't work out. But Brock Purdy, he's going to make mistakes. But I still think that, he's one of the top, 12 quarterbacks today. Will that change next year and the year after that? Maybe. But I don't see him getting any worse than being like a top 15, top 16. And that's at the very worst. I don't see him going any lower than that. And then he's got potential to be like a top 8 guy, depending on how the team builds around, him and the rest of the, squad, if they can keep it relatively the same when they're on the Super Bowl stretch. But so far, Lamar, I see you, but we got a second half, and we'll see what kind of adjustments Shanahan will make. He's very good at the adjustments. Reflect with a $20 dono. Saw O-Dog not play Patrick Mahomes, then got worried that Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce were not going to get enough points, but luckily you had Jalen to finally just get you a little bit over the hump. And congratulations, O-Doggy Dog and Reflect are in the Fantasy Football Championship. I'll tell you what, though, I have never scored over 300 in the semis. So I averaged over 150, per round. I won't probably be able to do that in the championship round with you, but we predicted that we would play each other, and we had the best 2 teams, even though we knew that we could lose to Fo King and Chief for Chief, but we didn't. We found a way. We found a way for our guys to explode. Brees Hall and about 5 of my guys hitting 20. There we go. I'm very excited that it's going to be you and me, since we know who Chief will Chief is. He's one of the mods, but we don't know who Fo King is. So I would rather be able to go against someone that we know. And congratulations, man. And if you end up beating me, I will hook you up with something cool. We'll figure out a prize and stuff. So, and I'm normally first place, going into the playoffs. But I haven't actually won this league. We've been doing it 6-7 years. I haven't won it in like 3 years. So just because you're 13-1 and you dominate all year and you only lose that one game based off all your guys with a bye, or if you lose a couple after that, like I did this year, we had one team that was 11-3, me, and 3 teams, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that were at 10-4, and the playoffs were decided 2 weeks prior than they should have been. I've never been in a league like that. That means that we have very smart players, and we found a way, man. Congratulations. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $20 holla, my boy. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. We did it. We did it. It's going to be sweet, man. Your team is good. My team is good. We'll see what happens. 30. 70 to go. Best 2 weeks I've ever had in the playoffs in the semis. I've never, but again, I took risks. I went with Tampa Bay Buccaneer players that I drafted, but also picked up. Baker was smart. Didn't trust Mahomes. You know what I mean? Even my kicker got hurt, and I still was able to put up these monster numbers. Fucking had a hammy and only gave me a 2, but I like seeing Mahomes with a 16.7, a Montgomery on my bench with a 14.9, and a Connor on my bench with a 22.2. So that makes me feel good that I got 3 guys that are putting up monster numbers on my bench with the guys that I do have. So I can rotate a few of these guys around. But the proudest one I am is that Zeke Elliott one. Picked him up just like a day or 2 ago, and I decided to start him over my main guys like Montgomery and Connor, and just said, fuck it, let's go for something special. And if he gets 20 or more, I'm going to look like a genius. He got 21, and pretty awesome. 20 with Baker, 20 with Rashad White, 21 with Zeke, Amon-Ra with 29, Evans with 28, Jefferson with 26, Laporta shit the bed with 4.8, Hopkins, my kicker, got hurt with a hammy in the first half, 2, Jetsty with 10, but that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces at 20 or more and a 10 spot. I mean, you're probably going to be doing pretty good there. So I'm looking forward to playing you. And 311 to 220. I almost won by 100 points. That's fucking crazy. He still got McCaffrey in the second half, but I'm up like 91. That's just wild. And then you won 243 to 222. So if he would have had better quarterbacks or, better play out of the, DJ Moore, slot, Cook, ETN, and Lawrence, maybe he would have beat you. And he only got one out of Butker, So he had Devontae Smith and Thielen on the bench and Dobbs, but I don't think he was ever going to play those guys. But my Buccaneers helped you out. I fucked them up for you. It's like literally the worst person for the team to play was the Buccaneers. I got all the points. I prevented them from doing anything for you, and then you had just enough, with Hurts to kind of get over the, Rice and Kelsey lack of production. And I was very worried when I was at my dad's house. I was talking to him about you, and I was like, fucking A. I saw the early stats, and they were down, and I'm like, I looked at your stats, and I was like, fucking A, this ain't good. It was at the time where Kelsey and Rice were both under like 6 points, and I was like, uh-oh. I was like, you better hope that fucking Hurts has at least a 20 to get you a little bit of a cushion so you can win by a little bit. But then as the game went on, they finished respectively 11-7 and 9-4, which is not good, but it's not terrible either. It's like almost the bare minimum that you feel disappointed, but at least there's something there, like about 20 points between, the two guys. But then you got the 23 out of Hurts, and if he would have had a bad game, then what would have happened? But congratulations, man. Awesome 2 weeks. And, if he would have had a better opponent, and if this was the Jags team that was 8-3, not the team that has lost 4 or 5 in a row, maybe you would have lost. I mean, based on looking at his numbers, Lawrence with a 9, ETN with a 6. We've seen both of those guys put up 60 combined. Cook with a 5, who can put up a 40. Lamb, CD got him 25. Jahmyr Gibbs got him 24. Cole Kmet, 14. Cleveland, D9. But only 1 point out of Butker, 4.8 out of DJ Moore. Cook with a 5, ETN with a 6, Lawrence with a 9. That is not going to be good enough to hang with the big boys like you and me. And you got the dub. I'm so proud of you, man. I know things got a little weary there and, trying to block him. He still ended up having Lawrence. But think about this. If he would have subbed from Lawrence and actually went for another quarterback, maybe he beats you. But he was so stubborn with Trevor Lawrence. He didn't care. CJ Stroud was already out with a concussion. Trevor, he didn't assume that he would play bad with the concussion. And maybe if he would have went for a rando quarterback, maybe he would have won. What if he would have just went for a rando guy? Like a Carr, or something like Flacco. Maybe you end up winning by like 1 point. Or have it be closer. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Congratulations, man. Five players from your original draft. Let me look to see how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7. Congratulations, man. What do you want to see for photos? I got some amazing things. I got some Oregon Duck official little T-shirt. I got some hoodies. I got a custom hoodie with me and Paisley on it on the front and the back. That the fam made for me. A little custom Northwest Sports Fanatics gear with me and Paisley on it. That's kind of like a holiday and whatnot. Very, very cool. Sometimes when you get like custom T-shirts or hoodies with you and your pet on them, sometimes they're like a little too corny, a little too cheesy. But you guys know how much I love Paisley, and they didn't tell me that they were doing it. So when I got it, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. But I know some people would be embarrassed and be like, oh, I'm not going to ever wear that, but thank you. But I'm wearing it right now. I actually fucking love it. So, but I ended up getting Ichiro Griffey 2010 dual bobble. My dad got it for me originally, and then it was broken, and my dad super glued it together, and then he rebought it for me. So the box is kind of mashed up a little bit, but I have another set of bobbles as well. So I told my dad, even with the broken one, I still want it, because he took the time to glue like Ichiro's bat together, and his head snapped off. Like, he like super glued quite a few pieces on, and then he was going to get to keep it for free, but my dad wanted to like glue it for me. So that way, if he wanted it or I wanted it. Like, one of us would have been able to keep it. But my dad got like 6 Dodger baubles. He got this really cool Yasiel Puig piggy bank. So it's not a piggy bank, it's a Puiggy bank. And it's through Bank of America, and it's got a miniature Puig sliding. You put in a quarter, pull his body back, and as he slides in a second, he slides the money into this little piggy bank toy. Coolest thing ever. I was like hella jealous of all these like unique items, and he got some old posters and Dodger memorabilia, from like the 80s and the 90s, and got some AAA baubles and Kershaw bauble, Puig bauble, Chase Utley, just some of like the rando guys. I got him a Nomo and a Drysdale a few months back with the starting lineups, but yeah, very, very cool. And then the one big thing that I ended up getting a Julio Rodriguez stitched, authenticated auto jersey. I was like, Dad, Jesus Christ, bro. I was like, you didn't have to, because normally those are going to go for, depending on the auction, and obviously if it's through like PSA, JSA, if it's through like BGS, like one of the main, certified autograph places that's actually real with like the certificate of authenticity. The jersey itself is already pretty expensive because my original Julio that I have, I ordered it when it first came out, and it's screen print because that was the first run. I wasn't able to get the stitched when I ordered it as like one of the first ones in America, but then it still took them 2 months for me to get it. And then when I went to go get my Julio ball, I got it, but I wasn't able to wear the jersey because it didn't show up in time. I ordered the jersey the first day, and it took them like 3 months to send it to me. And then this one is a stitched version. I was like, cool, I got a stitched white Julio. And then I flip it over, and I see all the authentication stuff. And then I see the fucking Julio autograph, and I got 2 Julio autographed cards, one PSA, one BGS, 9 and like a 9.5, and those are probably worth about 600 combined with the stuff that I have from his rookie year. But now I got this Julio jersey auto, which is pretty fucking slick. So I don't think I can be wearing that. I don't know if I'll get it framed. Very, very cool. Wasn't expecting anything like that. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Well, like I said, I feel if people are in our league or if they're in our room and they just listen to what we say and or you just copy what we do, there's a big part of the reason, why we're as good as we are, at it. And again, you're the one that out of anyone that I've ever met, in the last 6-7 years, you're the closest to me that I feel that I've ever played against. Everyone else that I've played, I feel that like as long as my guys don't shit the bed, I should be able to smoke them, in the playoffs or the championship, unless they are similar to me. But everyone, is either a little lazy, they're not working as hard on the wire, or they let things slip through the cracks. They don't do the extra research to be able to get the perfect lineup, and they leave points on the bench. But I feel like with everyone that I've ever played against, whether it was in the championship and I beat them or if I lost to them, I feel that you are the closest thing as far as like skill, drafting, talent, looking for the players that I would put on. Because just because someone's good doesn't mean I'm going to roster them. You know what I mean? And I know you're the same way too. It's about, rostering guys that you like, but also ones that you believe in. And just because someone's good, I might not pick that player on my team. I have to do my research first. I'm not going to be necessarily biased where I'm going to be like, well, fuck this. I'm not going to pick anyone from this team, but I mean, I don't usually have Green Bay players on my team, but hell, if Jaden was doing good and I needed a wide receiver, and I was thin there, and you grab them. You can't take that hate or dislike for a team and all their players when you got someone just sitting there that can help you win. That's just being stupid, so yeah. Out of all my gifts, even though I got the Julio autographed jersey, this custom hoodie might be even better than that, just for like memorabilia sake. Double sided, man. I was like, you guys are crazy. And I guess they went through like multiple like clothing places to try to get like the words and the image because they wanted it to make it. So it's got me and Paisley, our face together. They got it, from like one of my images, like, when I took a photo on Instagram or Facebook. And then, it's got me and her and it's got like Christmas theme on the front. And then on the back, it's more blown up. And then they have like a snow hat on my head and on my face is blown up on the back. Her face is blown up on the back, and then it's got Northwest Sports Fanatics over the top of my head. Very cool. Like my dad and my stepmom, they didn't tell me they were doing this. So this was like a big surprise. So I think they thought I was gonna think it was stupid, but I always tell them if it's weird and it's unusual, and it comes from the heart, I'm gonna love it. So I don't know if they thought that I was. And the funny thing is like we were talking about this a couple days ago. I usually don't like red. I got Buccaneers and I got Blazers, but I like the Mariners blue, the Kraken blue, and the Ducks apple green more. Those, I think it suits me better. But then I feel that if it is the right type of thing, I feel comfortable in it, and it's a good quality. It's not like a cheap sweatshirt hoodie and whatnot, but I thought that was a very, very cool thing. And then even Paisley saw her face on it. I put it on and she was like looking at it like she knew it was her on my on the hoodie as well. And I would have been cool if it was just the front, if it was just me and Paisley, on the front. But the simple fact that they did Northwest Sports Fanatics like kind of a rainbow over the top and then a bigger picture of me and Paisley on the back. I was like that took it to another level. So I was like, yeah, I got to wear this. It's just something to be able to teach, you know what I mean? That you can do the opposite of everyone else, and take a chance and see if you can win a championship this way. Because I always was like you, running back, running back, running back. And I'm getting running backs and I'm trying to get the elite ones, knowing that they're going to get hurt. And I'm going to continue to get more and more and more. And if I'm fucking stockpiling them, that's your fault. You could have got them, but I got to make sure I got one wide receiver that's good. And then usually when you go heavy running backs, that second wide receiver is kind of ass. And you're always having to replace that second wide receiver because you went three running backs heavy, so maybe like when I had, Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, and Saquon Barkley in a healthy year, I felt good. But then it left me with like Godwin, which I felt good with Brady. But then what about the other guy? And then that's what you have to worry about, trying to make sure that your tight end is, Andrews or Kelsey or someone good. And then if not, then you got a tight end to fill and a wide receiver two to fill. And that gets, it's like you're looking, and then you hope for that like D-Hop kind of guy or that other guy that you can throw into the wide receiver two that gets hot. But it just seems like if you wait too long, the chances of finding a reliable wide receiver two when you don't have one, it gets thin. And then you're just, getting a new one each week and you're just trying a new guy, hoping something sticks as you throw it against the wall. So I've learned, make sure you always get a top tight end, one of the top 3 or 4 tight ends. Be the first one to take a tight end. As soon as someone takes one, you take one. If Sarah goes fucking Kelsey or Reflect, boom, I'm going Mark Andrews or Kittle or Hawkinson immediately. If you don't, you will miss out and you will pay. I know I can find another one on the wire, but it's very hard to be able to replicate top 4 status and numbers out of Kittle, Laporta, Hawkinson, Mark Andrews or Kelsey. Like if you're going after those guys, then you're like hoping Darren Waller and Cole Kmet play good, but goddamn well they're not going to play good every week. So you need to get 3 tight ends, and then you're getting Cole Kmet, Dalton Kincaid, and like someone else, and then you're just hoping that you can keep up with the rest of the league. And a lot of times you're trying to play catch up. But I definitely feel that if I do win the championship against you, right, I can prove that you can go wide receiver heavy instead of running back heavy if you're smart with it. Still collect running backs that are good. Because remember, if I didn't have Rachaad White, he's turned into a top 5 running back in fantasy. In the first month, he had 2 good games, 2 bad games. He was top 20. Then he got hot, and now he's very reliable. But if he didn't pan out, right, and then Mike Evans didn't have a good year, and it wasn't me being like Buck favoritism. It just so happens Baker was there. I knew I could get him, and I'm going to go Bucks, Bucks, Bucks. But normally I only have 1 Bucks player on my team, maybe 2, like Bucks, Godwin, and Bucks defense. And that's it. I never do 3 Bucks. And I guess it worked out for me this year. So, and I believed in the Lions, and it shows you if you believe in the team and then they end up making the playoffs, it makes you look like a genius. And I was on the Lions more than anyone else, and it panned out for me. Nice pass. Gus, the bus, first down, Ravens. Yeah, I don't think I drafted Andrews too late. I think I drafted him in the 4th round. if that's considered late, because Jeddah 1, Amon Ra 2, Patrick Mahomes 3, and I think Mark Andrews 4. But again, it's like I fucked up with the Mahomes, but again, drafting Patrick Mahomes, not having Montgomery for a month, not having Jeddah for 2 months, not having Andrews for 2 months. And then if I'm still able to put up these kind of points, it shows, those moves that I made for no fucking reason. If I didn't go crazy and make 100 to 150 moves compared to everyone else making 60 or less, that's the difference in getting one more win and maybe winning the championship. So you can get, it takes skill to get to the playoffs, right? But then it's a little bit of luck once you get there. But also skill too, if you're willing to move the lineup around. Mike, yeah, with Mike going down, absolutely. But it also helps fill in for Jeddah being out, so that way I can at least have three receivers at all times. Touchdown, Ravens. Nice. I'm going to be wearing this thing all the time. It's awesome. Little image of me and Paisley, and then a big image on the back. Like if this was younger me, right? If this was younger me, like if I'm like in my teens, maybe I'm like, this is stupid. Like I can't believe my parents, or whatever, like got this. Like especially if I was just like greedy and didn't have love or appreciation for like family or like them doing something, that costs money. That you know what I mean. But like my dad is very unique. My family is collectors. They know I like the weird oddball type of stuff. And obviously I still got duck shirts and hoodies also, but I feel that it was very, very cool that they did what they did. It's awesome. The back though is the best. I don't know if you can see it the way that I positioned my body. I had to like bend over or whatever, but it's ultimately with me with a snow hat on and then Paisley underneath me and then NWSF in the rainbow over. So but I appreciate, the kind of cheesy, corny gift that, but I love Paisley so much that it's like, it's not cheesy or anything. It's like a way to honor, me and her together. And they didn't even have to put the Northwest Sports Fanatics thing on there too. But I thought that was very, very cool because one of my last Northwest Sports Fanatics hoodie, the ex-girlfriend stole it from me and like threw it away or gave it away to Goodwill or fucking stomped on it or whatever. So for me to have like an NWSF hoodie with me and Paisley on it is pretty cool. Pretty cool. $2 holla. And I don't have any red hoodies, so it gives me a reason to wear the red, even though I don't really like red as much as a main color. But again, for them to be able to see the photos, because it's supposed to be like holiday themed, so it's got the green for the trees, and it's like you know December snow themed, like ugly sweater type of hoodie thing, but with your own design. But I don't think it's ugly. I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. Just like you, bro. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. ESP. We told Chief will Chief his roster was thin and that we were coming for him and we were going to get to the championship. I said that your guys are going to get hurt. The Chief will Chief. They did literally like a few days later. And here we are in the championship, you and me. Let's go. Yeah, I'll take a picture of the front and the back so that way people can see. Oh, that's cool. Nice little frame. I like the frame. Ollie and Santa, man. Yeah, he looks like he's having a good time. I like it. Running backs versus wide receivers, but then I've been able to pick up some of your running backs. So now I'm kind of running back heavy. I got Rashad White, I got Zeke, right? I got David Montgomery, I got Connor, I got Singletary, and I got Ford. So essentially now I look like you. Purdy with another pick. I'm wide receiver thin now. Now I only have Keenan Allen, which I can't use, Deontay Johnson, which I can't use, and I'm really stuck down to Jefferson, Amon-Ra, and Evans, and that's all I got. So I got your old bench. I scooped him up. I was thinking like shit. I kind of felt bad that you had to give up a couple of those guys on the bottom like Reed and Ford because you wanted to block with the quarterbacks. But that's the sacrifice that you have to make. But it worked. Intercepted. What's better than 3 picks? How about 4? Joshua Dobbs, Nick Mullins, Brock Purdy. Yeah, but I had Brock Purdy. You had Brock Purdy. So a lot of times when you're good, you're just going to feed off what the other person has because you know they're good. So you know that you're going to be like, oh, they have this. Oh, I like that guy on the bench. So as soon as I saw an opportunity, sometimes I'm going to scoop up, certain guys like a James Conner. I pretty much have your old bench, but those guys are good. I look for consistency. You look for consistency. You look for guys that are good. I look for guys that are good. Our brains are linked. I'm a Duck fan, but I like Michael Penix Jr. It's like it's all right here. Appreciate you. Bang bang, boom boom, bang bang. Let me know what you want to do for photos. Yeah, and I'll get those ones from you, Megan. I'll show them. I always like showing off you guys. You guys are the best to show off. Let's see, Ollie in Australia. Oh yeah, Santa living his best life. Oh, Ollie, you're famous. I like the frame. Living his best life. First and goal. Touchdown, Ravens. Beating the brakes off of the Niners. Oh my. Yes. Like I said, to win on the road in this impressive fashion, so now we can be like, okay, the Ravens are the number one team in the NFL. Like I said, if these teams meet again in the Super Bowl, maybe the Niners win. Maybe if it's on like a neutral turf, wherever it may be, you know what I mean? But as of right now, we got to give the respect where the respect needs to be given that the Ravens and Niners are two of the best teams on the road in the NFL. And the Ravens are showing that, hey, we don't have Mark Andrews, but we can still beat your ass. That is impressive. Whether you love the Ravens or you don't, I mean, I think it's awesome. And this is, yeah, I 100% agree with you. Remember in the building, what's good? All right, Niners, your turn. Yeah, I mean, well, there it's going to be, watching each game, these last couple games, to make sure that he continues to play well. But at this point, based on what has happened, then you could probably go. McCaffrey's got 85 yards and a TD, 19 fantasy points. The guy is so ridiculous, and putting up way more numbers. I mean, listen to McCaffrey's fantasy numbers, and you let me know if this is good. 26, 23, 23, 49, 14, 14, 23, 30, 20, 21, 30, 22, 16, 42, 19 so far. I mean, he hasn't had a bad game. So maybe Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year, Lamar, and an MVP. Maybe we're going to go that route now because of this Ravens win. So obviously, Brock Purdy's out of the question based off this performance alone. MVP, no chance. 0% chance now. So, but that's how you end up being the number one running back in fantasy when you have your lowest game was what? 13, 14 points. So you had 14 twice and then a 16, and then everything else is bonkers. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And he was able to play the whole year with the Niners. If he was on Carolina, how many games is he playing before he gets hurt? So, it's all about having that top tier talent, but also being healthy for the full season to complete the mission. 30-12. Did we see this coming? A lot of upsets, right? Niners are going to win. Nope, they didn't. Eagles almost lost. And then obviously Chiefs are going to win at home, right? They're going to get it done on Christmas, and then Raiders beat them. So NFL is very unpredictable. But I got some good food: ham, turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, stuffing, 3 kinds of pie, cheesecake. Yeah, I'm ready to do that. I got to go on some more walks with Paisley. Paisley got a Christmas rope, and I got a dog bone toy, which is like a stitched, dog bone that has squeakers in it, and it's really big. So she loves that, and she saw herself on the hoodie, so she loved that too. And yeah, things are good. Oh, pass incomplete. Anyone that can play a full season can have a top 5 year. It's like, when I had Chubb and Jacobs and Saquon, I took a chance with Saquon last year in fantasy that he would stay healthy the whole year. He did. Daniel Jones played good, and they made the fucking playoffs. But again, when Saquon isn't healthy for a full year, and they don't have a quarterback that can stay healthy for a full year, then they're very, very bad. So very up and down career for Saquon Barkley. But sometimes if you get lucky and you take a chance and then that person pans out, then you end up having 3 out of the top 4 running backs in fantasy, and it's a beautiful feeling. Yeah, he does. Looks like he gained weight. Offensive line doesn't look as good. Quarterback situation is, kind of fucked. Offensive line needs work. Defense needs work. Lots of pieces need work. We'll check down. Niners just have to be happy that this isn't the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game, like that type of vibe, going against a contender at home like this and getting embarrassed. I mean, you're down 18. You got nothing to lose here. Now it's just about execution. So, but it sucks. Sometimes 2 picks leads to 3, 3 leads to 4. And in just the last couple of weeks, we've seen Dobbs, Mullins, now Brock Purdy with 4 picks. Not good for fantasy, let me tell you. And when you're struggling, what's the one bright spot? Christian McCaffrey. The only problem is the Ravens defense is just as fast as the Niners, so he can't get loose like he normally does. Lamar, he's a great player. I still feel cheated that Mark Andrews is hurt for my fantasy and just Mark Andrews fans and Ravens fans in general. But I mean, if they play like this, they can win the Super Bowl without him. I mean, what if this is the Super Bowl, right? And then all of a sudden it's 30-12 Ravens. I mean, they've already shown you this season that yes, they love Mark Andrews, but other guys are stepping up. What happened to my hands? Looking like the Kansas City Chiefs receivers. Boo. Flag on the play. But it's like, do I trust OBJ and Isaiah Likely and Flowers? Not really, but I trust him more than the Chief receivers right now. Oh, if Andrews is playing, Lamar's numbers are even higher, And like I said, some of these drops and some of these looks and some of these field goals that Tucker is getting there, they would be touchdowns with Andrews. So I'm not saying Andrews is going to score 2 touchdowns every game, but it would be like no touchdowns, but like 80 yards. Then the next game, 1 touchdown, maybe. Then the next game, 100 yards, no touchdown. Then the next game, 2 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns. Like Andrews is that guy. Like he won't be as big as a pop guy like a Kittle where he goes off for 2 and 3 and then it's kind of quiet. But I would say Andrews is consistent, normally 10 to 20 points every week, and then every 4 games he explodes where he'll get a 20 to 40 point game, and then when you get that really puts you over the top. So yeah. So it's like maybe the accuracy and the yards could be higher for Lamar, but for all those big plays that he makes with his legs, and he's relatively smart. He knows when to slide. He knows when to go head first, feet first, to throw it away. Always trying to not take a sack lunch, throw it and incomplete even before his knee hits the ground. Like, everything. Like everyone that was normally good as a quarterback, Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Hurts, like no one has really stood out. So now Lamar is like that fifth, sixth guy normally as being like fifth, sixth best. Burrow is injured, right? And now you got Lamar. He can slide from 6 all the way to 1 because all these other guys are hurt or they're just not playing well this year or they have a hard schedule like Jalen, whatever it may be. You know what I mean? Either they're out or they're getting hot now, but it feels like it's just the perfect timing to take advantage when the Chiefs and the Bills aren't as good. Even though the Bills are on a higher trajectory, I wouldn't want to play the Bill. Like if I was playing a team, I would want to play the Chiefs before I play the Bills. I would want to stay away from the Bills as far as I could. Same thing with the Rams. If they end up making it over the Seahawks, like I wouldn't want to play those two teams because the way that those two teams are playing, and you could probably throw the Bucks in there too. The way that those 3 teams are playing, they could upset a bigger name. It just depends on the consistency and whatnot. So. But I figured the Niners would win this, by like 3-10. They're at home. Last time the Ravens played them, they were in Baltimore. They won by 3 with a last second field goal by Tucker. And so, the narrative needs to be the Niners are still an amazing team, but right now there is one team that is the best team in the NFL, and it is the Baltimore Ravens. And like I said, both these teams are good at home and on the road. But the simple fact that the Ravens are winning this game on the road definitely gives them another notch in my belt, you know, Because if you can win big games on the road, it means more than winning big games at home. You're supposed to take care of wins at home. That's you're protecting your home, right? But when you go on the road and you go into someone else's home and you rip their heart out and then Gronk spike the football, there's not a better feeling as a good team beating another Super Bowl caliber team and beating their ass the way that they're getting beat right now. Um, all you can say is like, oh, you can make excuses, this or that. Niner fans, boo hoo, and whatnot. But they had a very good chance if they didn't, throw the 4 picks. Maybe they're up 30-12, and the narrative is the Niners are the best team in the NFL, and they're on their way to the Super Bowl. And this is just the first stop. But now, with them losing, if they play each other again, there's going to have to be a lot of studying on the tape. And, obviously Kyle Shanahan will have to make adjustments. Otherwise, this same result will happen in the Super Bowl if we see these two teams. Or maybe it's a little bit closer, but the Ravens still win. So, but I haven't seen too many quarterbacks that have a top 4 tight end or top 5 tight end. Kelsey, Andrews, Kittle, Laporta, Hawkinson. And if you lose that guy, you still play elite. Normally, you lose a top guy like that, like a top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tight end, you suck. Like you go down a lot, And so that shows me that Lamar has got better in the pocket. His decision making, he's still a passer first, not a runner first. He is not Justin Fields, so don't put him in that same category. The guy is an NFL MVP candidate, and he's always been a top 6 quarterback. Just most people had him at 5, 6, 7 behind guys like Mahomes and Allen and Burrow. Herbert was right there with him, Jalen. But most of the people would have all those other guys ahead. And then it was more like maybe Herbert and Lamar were after the top 4 or 5 guys, and they were right next to each other, And then there's like the next tier with Dak and everyone after them. So, but now I think you're starting to see when guys got hurt, Herbert, Burrow, Allen is playing better, but played like shit in the beginning. And then Mahomes is looking like bootios. Yeah, the natural progression is to have one take off. And Jalen is playing a first place schedule. So, yeah, you were good last year, but now it's Lamar's time. And even though the Niners are getting beat right now, I still think that they're still one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the NFL. So, go, baby, go. Oh, that's cool. The Kraken Christmas. Love it. Second down and 9. Jackson, little check down. First down, Ravens. And a lot of the Ravens players are really athletic, if you've noticed. Like, some of the players are not like big names, but Lamar is athletic, and his athleticism is kind of dripping off onto some of the other players. And it's like, yeah, they're not really great players like Isaiah Likely. OBJ is kind of a shell of himself. Flowers is kind of sexy. Flowers is kind of like, the big gamer. Like he seems like he could be the guy that can kind of break out from the rest of the guys. And then you got steady running backs. It doesn't matter who you have at running back. It seems like everyone gets positive yards. Gus the Bus, Justice Hill. It don't matter who the hell the running back is. You throw them in there, and they're going to be productive. Too bad with Keaton Mitchell getting hurt, but Second and goal. Man in motion. Hand off. I really do like Gus the Bus too. Well, you can definitely tell like the teams, the players kind of try to play and personify their vibe and their actions like their head coach. And when you watch the Ravens, you feel Harbaugh, with the Ravens players, and then when you see the Niners, you see that physical play and you see that play calling out of Shanahan. But it's always going to be the black and blue division of being gritty, tough. We're going to punch you in the mouth, and they also have the fast, smooth players now with Lamar and his players. Look at that! Oh, nice tackle. Tucker field goal is up, and it's good. Unbelievable, huh? Very good. I think the Rams and Bills, I wouldn't be fucking with them one bit. Buccaneers are still up and down, but you can definitely feel like things are heating up for the Bucks, Rams, and Bills. And I would say even Rams and Bills might even have a little bit more of a heater than the Bucks. Like sometimes we're good, sometimes we're bad, but Rams are playing on a very, very hot level right now. Michael in the building. What's good? Oh, wow, big hit. She's the best. She's got her little squeaker toy. Just she's in heaven right now. And it's like pretty good material, so it's not like she can ruin it. Usually, if it's like one of those like cloth, toys, you spend like 10, $20, it's like destroyed in like 5 minutes. Anyone that has a dog or a cat or any type of pet, especially if they get bitey, more so dog toys, but like dogs sometimes can just rip up a $20 toy within a couple minutes. It's just crazy. But as long as they're happy, I like to see a toy last more than a month. But McCaffrey, 4th quarter, 33-12. I don't think anyone anticipated this on Christmas. 33-12 as we go to the 4th quarter. Unbelievable. 32, 68 to go. I'm going to go get a drink here real quick. Give me one sec. All right, I'm back. I don't know if now teams know how to beat the Niners. How many people have a defense as good as the Baltimore Ravens? Nobody. So I don't know about that statement. Like, oh, we know how to beat the Niners now. How many teams have a good defense as good as the Ravens and an offense as good as the Ravens? Like, no one. So, yeah, there is a blueprint, but unless you have Lamar Jackson and Roquan Smith and that kind of defense, you can't really implement that type of game. And how often is Brock Purdy going to throw 4 picks? It's not like he's going to throw 4 picks against Seattle or the Cardinals or the Rams. It's like when you're playing the best of the best and quarterback has an off game, this is what happens. You have to give credit where credit is due. But, I mean, there's not many teams that would have been able to do this to Brock Purdy. And I don't know if that's really a blueprint because, again, Lamar, you could say, is now the MVP frontrunner. And, the defense is great. And they're so good on the road. Oh, look at that flip. Wow. That was risky. Yeah, but these two teams are almost identical, to each other. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. They got lots of weapons everywhere, except the Ravens' offense on paper looks a lot shittier than the Niners' offense with all the pieces that they have. But, you know, defense wins games, defense wins championships. Remember that. I mean, normally at this point, McCaffrey's already had 2 or 3 touchdowns, unless you're playing like a top tier talent. So, oh, Justice Hill. O dog language. But we also have to remember, if these two teams play again, the opposite could happen. So it's very difficult, to beat a team 2 times or 3 times in a row. And just as good as the Ravens look, we could watch them play next week and they could get blown out. It's a week to week thing, with how it looks. But one thing right now that no one can deny, the Ravens are the best team in the NFL, hands down. You can't say Niners because you're losing by 21. You can't say anybody else. You can't say Dolphins. You can't say Cowboys. You can't say Chiefs. You can't say Lions. You can't say Bucks. You can't say anybody. You can't say Eagles. The best team in the NFL, bottom line, period, is the Baltimore Ravens. And they've earned that, right and that moniker to be the best because of what they've been doing on the road as well as at home. Unbelievable. Christmas 33-12. And it's not like Baltimore's at home. They're on the road. So if they get so many more extra points in my book, defense doing a great job and you're on the road, it's like, if you're at a 10 out of 10 performance, this is a 12 out of 10 for me. Like, I won't forget this. And it's definitely going to give people more confidence. Without Mark Andrews, they can still beat the best of the best in the NFL. And I hope they keep it up. I would love to see the Ravens in the Super Bowl. I wouldn't mind seeing the Niners in the Super Bowl either. To be honest, I wouldn't mind. But I don't think we're going to get Eagles and Chiefs again. I'd be very shocked if that happened. I think everyone would be. Dolphins Ravens next week, good matchup. And what happens if the Dolphins blow out the Ravens? Then what is it then? It's not like the Dolphins are better than the Ravens, but it'll gain the Dolphins momentum that they seriously need if they win that game. Greenlaw just pushed push Warner. He's like, go, pushed him. First down and 10. Screen pass. Aguilar slipping down on his knees. Short game. Is that good? 19-1 record versus the NFC. Golly. Okay, Lamar. Action Jackson. Good for you. For all the doubters and the haters. We wanted to put you in top five, but as these other quarterbacks to play better than you, he's had to work his way up back from that MVP season. It's been a couple years. So it's nice to be able to see Lamar possibly get another MVP, but this will be sweeter if he gets the MVP and they go to the Super Bowl and win, obviously. It's like that's the one thing that's eluded his career is to get that Super Bowl win. And then we'll see Lamar in a different light. We can't say, oh, he's in the same category with Herbert. Oh, he's in the same category with Burrow. Oh, and Josh Allen. He takes a step above once he gets that championship like he did with Mahomes. So, and plus, I think it would be cool to see Lamar win a championship or Burrow or Allen. I want to see those guys win at least one. So that way they know what it feels like to be a champion for their franchise. But the NFC has got something to say about that as well, besides just Jalen Hurts. But definitely the Hall of Fame explosive quarterbacks are in the AFC besides Hurts, and then the NFC's got more well-rounded teams. But the bottom line is if that star quarterback plays well and gets a little bit of support, they can even beat a better team overall on the other side. It seems like the NFC every year has always got the most well-rounded team: offense, defense, special teams, coaching. But then the quarterback isn't as good as the quarterback on the AFC side, but they have the more well-rounded team. But what happens if that well-rounded team plays a shit game? Then all of a sudden that stud quarterback on the AFC finds a way. And we've seen that with like Mahomes, beating obviously the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles should have won the Super Bowl last year, no doubt. But if you can't get a sack or a pick 1-1, you don't deserve to win, and that's what happens. So Judah in the building. What's good, bro? No bias, no BS, no bullshit. That's my word speak. Call it how I see it. No bias, baby. What's going on, Judah? I threw in Zeke in fantasy. 21 points, baby. I'm going to the championship. That's wild. He had Josh Allen, Christian McCaffrey, Pacheco, Devontae Adams, and Hopkins, and I matched him with Baker Mayfield, Rashad White, Zeke, Amon-Ra, Mike Evans. And obviously, if you look at Josh Allen, number one quarterback, McCaffrey, number one running back, Pacheco got hurt. But sometimes it's not about how popular a guy is, it's just how hot they are in the matchup. And I will take that. Nice. Playing with cats and dogs is the way to be, bro. Fair caught. Niners playing sloppy, no confidence. All right. Imagine if you played Purdy in the fantasy. But I don't think anyone would be dumb enough to play with Purdy going against the Ravens defense unless you haven't watched football this year. It's like, okay, they got top defense. Why would I be playing that person? But do it, Paisley. Get your phone. Purdy. There we go. I mean, everyone's stats are yeah, she was having some separation anxiety from dad, but we got a nice walk in right when I got back. So what, honey? I hear you. Are you a happy girl? She's a happy girl. Yeah, injuries suck. I can't believe the way the game is turning out, but I mean, I can and I can't. But again, everything, nothing makes me. First down and 10, 33-12. 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I know, huh, Paisley? She can't believe it either. It's okay, Paisley. We'll go for a walk here in a little bit. I don't think anyone imagine being a Niner fan right now, too. It's like sometimes it's like, you win 15 straight games and you lose three, then you get back on track, and the year is a lot of trials and tribulations where you go up and down and, I'm the best team. And then you lose three straight and you're like, shit, maybe the Eagles are the best team or someone else. And then all of a sudden you fight all the way back to, get back all that negative hate after that 3-game losing streak that started with like the Browns. And then now you're right back at square one for being a good team, but then kind of looking like a pretender, when you're going against the Ravens in this particular game. We know this is kind of an anomaly, for that. But you have to understand defense wins championship. And this is the closest defense that the Niners have faced in practice besides themselves. This Ravens defense is just like the Niner defense. They're dominant, and it shows. Yeah, 19-1, unbelievable. But it's nice to see Lamar, get back to MVP form. But for the Niners, it's bad when you're at 7 minutes left and they put in Sam Darnold. They're like, well, he's on pace for 5 picks. Let's not ruin his confidence. So, that's like the game is already over now. It's just like, let's get out of there. But one of the worst performances on a showcase night on Christmas night where you had a chance to, put your foot down as, hey, we're not only the best in the NFC, we are the best overall. And apparently Lamar and the Ravens said, hey, our defense is just as good as yours, if not better, and we can go into your building and win. Which the last time they played in Baltimore, and Baltimore won by 3. Last second field goal by Tucker. So, Ravens 2, Niners 0. And if you remember back when they had the Super Bowl, who ended up winning that? Did Ray Lewis end up winning that game with Ed Reed? Yes, they did. So it seems like the Ravens are that one team that have the Niners number. We haven't seen a Niner championship since when? It's been a while. 1994. Steve Young. So as good as the Niners' legacy is, they want to make fun of the Cowboys for not winning in a long, long time. Okay. Cowboys won actually in 95, Niners in 94. So it just seems like, the Cowboys, it's been more of a drought. But, the Niners, I mean, they might have been to a Super Bowl since then, and the Cowboys haven't. So that's why they have one leg up. But every time they got there, Jimmy G, whoever it may be, with the different quarterbacks, Kaepernick, it just wasn't good enough to win. You need better. You need something closer to Steve Young and Joe Montana. And if you don't have anything closer to Steve Young and Joe Montana, you're probably never going to win it. That's just a harsh reality. Maybe you need a top 10 quarterback or top 5 quarterback on the Niners. And until you get that, maybe you're not going to win the championship. You can get there. You can get to the NFC championship game. But when the quarterback makes it to the Super Bowl, they never play as good as that Pro Bowl Hall of Fame quarterback in the AFC side. Remember, the AFC's got Mahomes, right? They got Lamar, they got Burrow, they got Allen, they got Herbert. The only thing you got on the NFC side that's comparable is Jalen. So, touchdown Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Still getting obliterated, but Darnold coming in there and getting a touchdown pass when Purdy couldn't. But again, that's what happens. It's mentally you get out of it and that frustration boils over, and it's almost guaranteed if a quarterback's got three, he's going to get to four. I mean, we've already seen it three times in the matter of 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Dobbs, Mullins, now Purdy. So, but it's better to get these games out of the way and not play like this in the playoffs. But alarming, you don't want to be playing like this in December. 68 to go. $33-19. But it feels like 33-9. It's like I know they just got that touchdown in garbage time. If they get another stop and they win 33-26, it doesn't tell the whole story. So Finley, yeah, I've seen a couple things on social media where they actually have put their faces side by side. Yeah, there's a little bit of similarity where they look like they could be, one could be like his uncle or something like that. You know, maybe not dad, but like there is a little resemblance on facial bone structure and just like the way that their cheekbones and like their face looks. Yeah, I would agree. Shotgun set. Very impressed with the Baltimore Ravens. I feel bad for all the Niner fans, that were overconfident and cocky, thinking that this was just going to be a easy breezy cover girl win, and they were just going to go in there and mop the floor. There's going to be a lot of hurt Niner fans and their pride going into tomorrow. But again, they're still a good team, and they can beat up probably on everyone else in the league, but they just can't beat the Ravens. Every team has got a kryptonite, right? And it seems like the Niners' kryptonite might be the Baltimore Ravens. And it's not like the Ravens only have Lamar and their defense is suspect. Their defense is elite, just like the Niners. They're fast, they're quick, they tackle well, they're disciplined, they don't fight, they don't make mistakes, they play hard. They got winners. You got Humphrey, who's a dog, Roquan Smith, that's a dog, Patrick Queen, that's a dog. You got Kyle Hamilton on the back end, who's a dog. So like when you got guys that are quality pieces like that, and then everything kind of comes together, it's incredible. Oh yeah, Lamar. Well, especially once he wins MVP now, So Christian McCaffrey, Player of the Year, and then Lamar MVP. Things can change really quick in a matter of a week. Hell, if the Rams keep playing reflect like they have been, they could beat the Niners. I mean, they're averaging 29 to 37 points like every game in the last like month. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on in that water with Puka and that Kyron and McVay and Stafford, but they're playing good. Amber in the building. Merry Christmas. Who dat? Who dat? Who dat gonna beat them Saints? Amber, baby. How are you, Amber? Merry Christmas. But ultimately, we know, as a what have you done for me type of league lately, anybody can beat anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happens if the game was in Baltimore and the Ravens win, or Ravens lose 33-19 and the Niners win in Baltimore? We would be like, whoa, like we weren't expecting that. So, but again, this is regular season, and there's a good opportunity for these two teams to play again. And maybe the Ravens win twice, or maybe the Niners make adjustment and get revenge. There's still a possibility, even with this bad loss for the Niners, they could still make it all the way. But again, it feels like it's open. Like it's no longer the Chiefs and the Bills, and it's no longer just like 100% Eagles or Niners. Like even though we know that Dallas and Detroit, the Bucks and a few of these other teams, realistically they're pretenders, right? But if something happens to one of the top dogs, who knows what could happen? You could end up having two teams that you didn't expect in the AFC or NFC championship game, or maybe one team, out of the two that you didn't expect. Like one team got there, Niners, but then they're playing against like the Lions or something that you didn't expect, right? Or the Ravens get there, but they end up playing someone like who knows, like the Bills or the Browns. Like who would no one ever knows. But all I know is that you have to have good balance and good play calling, and you have to be hot and healthy in December. And most of the time, when you get to the Super Bowl, you're 3-1 or 4-0 in December. So if you're sitting at 1-3 or 2-2, you're out. You typically are not good enough to keep the run going. It's almost like go back and look every year when these guys have made it to the Super Bowl and won, almost all of them, in the last 20 to 30 years have gone 3-1 or 4-0. I mean, there might be a few teams that have gone 2-2 in December, made it to the championship game and lost. But as far as I remember, most of the top tier dogs go 3-1 or 4-0. So shows you how good you have to be late to be able to keep that Uncle Mo going. Hope everyone had a beautiful day as well. Yeah, it was raining all day here. No snow, but it was kind of a gloomy day and whatnot. But even when it's raining, me and Paisley like to go out there and have fun and have an adventure and whatnot. So, oh God, Debo's just getting popped. It's like a lot of these big hits that we're seeing that the Niners on the receiving end, they're normally giving out the punishment. It's like I feel it's like you have big brother and little brother, and it's like you're seeing one guy, that feels like you're like varsity team, and the other team is like a JV team that's hungry, but that they're just outmatched. These guys are just a little older, a little bigger, a little stronger. So Paisley eating up the fluffy dog bone, already getting into it. She loves to nibble. Once she starts nibbling on something, it's like something's going to get destroyed real quick. So blankets, comforters, good luck. She loves to nibble. Little nibbler. Right. I don't want you ruining this thing. Pulling out all the stuffing on this toy. All right, hold on. I got to go grab this toy real quick. Paisley, stop. All right, my bad. I had to go pull a dog toy away before she started eating all the stuffing. You guys know how that goes if you got a cat or a dog. So nice catch. Go, baby, go. Niner fans totally out of this from the very start of the game. Floater. Incomplete. Now, Paisley's already destroyed 2 toys. I thought the toys would last longer than actually a day, and I got her a new rope. I've already cut like the hairs off of it on the sides and whittled it down to where it's a lot smaller than it was. And once she starts ripping out all the threads, you don't want her to eat those. And then you got those like plush, dog toys that are, they got the, you know, stuffing in the inside, and usually they're pretty good with the squeakers, but she'll usually break the squeakers in them within the first 10 minutes, and then they don't squeak anymore, and then eventually rip a hole, and then the stuffing goes everywhere. So it's like at some point you almost have to take the toy away, like almost a little prematurely and too early. But I buy these really expensive bones that are like bacon and chicken bone flavor that are like $20 a bone, but they last fucking like forever, like Benny Bone stuff. Like you can buy a bone and it might last like a month. So if I know she's going to be nibbling and chewing and whatnot, and I got to be able to get like good quality stuff. Otherwise, everything gets ruined. You don't want to throw money away. Like, oh, here's $40, and then the toy's destroyed in like an hour. So, but I want to make her happy. So, at least got 2 toys to play with today, at least temporarily. So, man, oh man, I can't believe I got a Julio autographed authenticated jersey. Pretty cool. Too bad I can't wear it. Aaron Banks with an injury. Third down and 3. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. I mean, we're really getting down to the nitty gritty of 2024. Can you believe it? Floater and complete. Flag on the play. You're okay, Paisley. Dad's almost done. This guy's the man. I see you. And make sure you guys are looking out for your mental health, okay? You only got one. Make sure you take care of yourself. Yeah, but at least I got like these high end, like orange, balls to throw and play catch with that are nice, because tennis balls will get worn out. So at least I got enough, like, can't really do the rope thing too much, but usually I'll buy like foxes and raccoons and like those toys, and I'll like get them and tie them together. So usually those will last a little bit longer. Darnold, play action, bootleg, floater, incomplete. Yes, we know you have the obsession. This is very true. This is very true. Like I feel like I'm losing more and more of my friends and acquaintances more than ever. So sometimes emotions can be tough depending on if you have had someone pass away, family, friend, pet slash, family member. It's not easy. But it's crazy, you know what I mean? You gotta make sure you're looking out for your mentals and everything too. Like, I've had 2 friends take their lives within the last, like, 2 months or, like, month and a half, so not, not ideal, Everyone is, going through, a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's just nice to be, kind and then to be also to check up on people too, so mixed emotions with family that you may or may not be close to anymore. True. Yeah. Sometimes maybe out of state or, out of, the general driving or flying, normal distance, or maybe things were good back in the day and there's fights that happened and things aren't good anymore. And then you got to be able to figure out how to have the best, holiday that you can, based on the experience that happened in your life. It's not going to be the same for everyone. Not everyone is going to be, sitting in front of a fireplace with a big Christmas tree with a bunch of gifts and all the family members there, drinking and eating and laughing and being happy. Like you might see that shit on a Hallmark movie, but that doesn't mean everyone is living that type of life. Some people don't buy a Christmas tree. Some people aren't in a good place. You just got to be able to just try to do your best with what you got, and realize that if shit is not the way that you want, things can get better, but it's up to you to be able to look for those signs to make things better. So, yeah. And it's crazy too because there's drinking and then people get addiction, and there's many ways that people are choosing to step away, from life and whatnot. And it's and imagine too, like I have a buddy, and his girlfriend that of like 2.5 years. I used to party with both of them, and I knew her pretty good, but I wouldn't consider her like a really really good friend of mine. It was more of like a party acquaintance, like I knew who she was, she knew me, you know what I mean, and stuff. And then, and for her to do that, and like it was about a week ago. And then obviously, I would assume Christmas time for him is kind of fucked now, probably because it's like you had your love of your life, and all of a sudden you're with them for a couple years, and then all of a sudden, girlfriend takes the life, and then it's like you're in shock. And when I didn't know exactly what happened, but I saw like a Facebook like profile pic with both of them in it. And I was like, oh, they switched up the picture. But then I looked at the comments and it was like, oh, I'll always be here for you. So I'm not an idiot. I kind of put two and two together that, maybe that she took her life or isn't here anymore. And kind of a weird thing to be able to, approach, someone. But I messaged him and I said, hey, I don't know what happened, but I kind of get the gist in the comments. And I said, hey, if you need to go out for a beer or grab a burger or food, I'm here if you want to talk ever, and then, even if it's I don't talk to him that often anymore, but he knows I'm busy with the channel and stuff. But he responded with the love you, brother, and I love you too, and that's all you can do. It's kind of it's either you put the effort to reach out to someone or you just look at it and then you just ignore it. But I think the good thing is to let people know that you do care if you do. Even if it's a weird circumstance like that. So, but yeah, tough to see a couple people, that I knew, pretty closely, and then now, they're gone. So appreciate every day that you have. Every day is special. You wake up for a reason. We have plenty of time to sleep. We're gonna be doing the eternal sleep at some point. You know what I mean? But you still got your life to live. So absolutely. That's why I don't like to judge, and regardless if people have had addiction problems, I'm not going to hold that over their head. Like, oh, this guy did this back in the day, so he's a dirtbag. I can't trust him because he did this. But a lot of times, if you get a depression, anxiety, addiction, or you get into something bad, it's usually the people that you're around. You don't realize the influence of your roommate or girlfriend or boyfriend or friend group. You're like, oh, I love partying with these guys until you see that your life is fucking spiraling and you're spending way too much money on shit you shouldn't be. And then all of a sudden you can't pay rent or your bills because you're getting too fucked up all the time. Another pick. Wow. I know, Paisley. I'm almost done. Shep in the building. What's good? Merry Christmas, Shep. 68 to go. Hope you had a good Christmas, Shep. You got a chance to fly back home to see family, or are you at a airport location away from home? Hopefully, you were able to go home. With all the hard work you put in this year. Yeah, I hope you had a great day too, bro. I got some collectibles. Been a pretty good day. Good food. I got some leftovers. You've been home for a few days. Good to hear. No more losing by point five, Shep. No more point five losing, man. I came out with throwing haymakers all season. So John in the building. Merry Christmas, man. Yeah. I got a Paisley pup. I don't got no kids. Sometimes, people have kids. Some people, and it takes, maybe a little bit longer to be able to find someone that you feel that you can have kids with, and whatnot. So 33-19 final score. Ravens with the big dub. Nice. 311 points out of 2 weeks, bro. That's insane. Like 155 point average. Jesus Christ. Like, I wish I could do that all year, but that's, I guess, a really good time to do it. Get hot right when you need it. And then reflect on 243. We'll see how it goes. I'm not going to have a very good matchup, in the first week, but the second week I got a lot of green. So as long as I'm not losing by too much, we'll see where it goes. Yeah. And a lot of times when you get someone like Amari Cooper that goes off for the 51, right? Normally he's inconsistent, so you're going up and down, and you don't feel comfortable starting a guy. And usually that's when the big number happens if it's like one of those type of players. So yeah, I even fucking threw Zeke in my lineup and just said, hey, let me fucking throw some swagger and throw his ass in there. So Baker Mayfield 20, Rashad White 20, Zeke 21, Amon Ra 29, Mike Evans 28, Jefferson 27, Jets D 10. My kicker got hurt in the first half with a hammy 2, and then Laporta got a 4.8. But I mean, when you got 5 or 6 guys hitting 20s, there was no hope for Chief with Chief. He got 25 with Josh Allen, number one quarterback. 25 with McCaffrey, number one running back. Pacheco got hurt 11. Devontae with a 1. Hopkins with a 4. Ferguson with an 8. Chandler with a 7. New Orleans defense with a -5. That's where he started off and got fucked. And then McPherson with a 3. So I knew I was going to beat him, but I didn't know it was going to be 311 to 226. But I guess that makes me looking more intimidating for the championship. But no guarantees that I'm going to win. So Koo and Puka and Hill, yes. Puka really helped you, bro. Puka really did help you. Big fact. Well, like I said, is there any other photos or anything that you guys want to see before I go? Like I said, I got to eat. I got a three leftover plates of mashed potatoes, gravy, ham and turkey, rolls, and I got 3 types of cake or pie, pumpkin pie, and a couple of cheesecake stuff. So I'm ready to be able to do that, but I got to go take Paisley on a long 45-minute walk here. And I got to do that. But if there's anything that you guys want to see, let me know. And then if we want to finish off on whatever you guys want to finish off on, like Thanksgiving food or something like that. So yeah, you were on a 4 or 5 game skid, bro. Very unusual for you. And then let's look at the slate for tomorrow to see what we would actually do tomorrow on the stream. Merry Christmas. You got a lot of barbecue meatballs? Nice. That sounds delicious, bro. Well, we didn't hit the goal today, but maybe we'll be able to hit it tomorrow. I had some really, really good food, though. Really good meal. This is one thing I missed that I haven't had in a long, long time, maybe 10 years or longer. Like when people make the Christmas cookies and they make them themselves with the frosting and everything, like the Christmas trees that have the green and the red frosting on them, like the ones you had when you were a kid. I miss those. I haven't had those in years. Oh, Reflect. I appreciate you, man. You're an OG. Thank you so much, man. Merry Christmas. Reflect is like, well, no one else is doing it. Let me take care of it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you more than you know. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $68 to get to the goal. And Reflect is going to the fantasy championship with, oh, doggy dog. Appreciate you. What do you want to see for photos? You got something specific? I appreciate you very much, man. That's huge. I was like, well, I was like, we're at, 32. I was like, maybe we can get to 50 before I end the stream, maybe, but, thank you so much, man. Merry Christmas. Let me see if I can show you. Oh, I still have it in the bag, though. Right here, hold on. Let me see if I can. But here's the Julio. Like, too bad, like we signed him to that 15-year deal, but if he knew the Mariners weren't going to make any moves for the rest of the 15 years, he probably wouldn't have signed a 15-year deal with us. But it's cool that, it's Julio, so pretty badass. And the fact that it's not even a screen print jersey like I own already, it's sewn. It's like fucking nice. Maybe I'll put it on. I probably shouldn't be wearing it. You know what I mean? At first I thought, oh, cool. Like they got me a fucking sewn jersey because I have a screen print when I first got the first order when the Mariners were called him up. And I was like probably one of the first 5 people that got a Julio jersey, ordered. But then it took them a couple months and they only had screen print at the time. But I wanted to wear it for that first game when I went to go see Julio and against the Royals and then see Bobby Witt Jr. But I ended up getting the Julio ball. And I didn't get to wear my jersey until the next game when I went to go see Aaron Judge, and then I got the Aaron Judge ball. But I was like, cool, Julio's sewn jersey? You shouldn't have. And then I turned it over, and I was like, oh, my God, it's, like, authenticated and, like, real, like the real deal. I was like, because even, like, sewn jerseys can be, $200-300 by themselves. A screen print, 100 160 usually, and then autograph on top of that usually is a couple $100 on top of that, too. So, cool. Griffey, Ichiro dual bobble, Ultimate Warrior figure from when I was a kid. A couple Duck hoodies, couple Duck shirts, things like that. But pretty cool, man. And then Air Whitey got a JJ Watt Wisconsin mini helmet, which is usually worth about $250. And I was like, he sent me a Merry Christmas. I was like, ooh, he had like a Giannis like pop, but I'm not really into pops. I know Megan likes pops, and I know some people like those, but I saw the mini helmet of JJ Watt Wisconsin. I was like, oh, okay, that's my style there. I like that. John, so you got an NFL jersey for Christmas. Do you want to try and guess what team? The jersey is what? That is a good question. Bobby Boucher. You got the Bobby Boucher. You got the Al Bundy. You don't really talk about football too much. You're more of a baseball guy with your Cardinals and whatnot. All right, let's get some UW stuff up here before we go. I'm still rooting for them, baby. Yeah, more baseball and hockey. Yeah, I can't wait for baseball to come back. But it's like, it just sucks that the Mariners, I mean, we got, the Texas Ranger fucking catcher? Like, I guess. I mean, am I supposed to be excited about that? It's like, we'll see who else we get before I get excited. That might be it. So, or a bunch of John Smiths that, are supposed to be Moneyball kind of guys, and we'll see what happens. But go Huskies, baby. Michigan and the Huskies in the Natty. I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama got there either. Or if Texas beats Washington, but it's not going to happen. Pac-12, baby. Somebody's got to come out on top between the Ducks and the Huskies, so. I know, Paisley. Bengals, Joe Burrow. I like Burrow a lot. He's a stud. I know, Paisley. We're almost done. Daddy's got to be able to show a love and appreciation like I show for you. Okay. The family put us on a hoodie together. We're famous now. Okay. I feel like waiting for these college football bowl games is taking longer than ever. Like, I know it's supposed to be like a 30 day, you're waiting like a month, but it feels like I've been waiting 2 months since our loss, to you guys and everything. It's just taking forever. We're almost done, Paisley. McMillan boy, Rome boy. Dude, how cool would that be? You know what I mean? I would be so excited. The only thing that would make me more excited, obviously, is the Oregon Ducks winning it, just like the Huskies, right? And then the Mariners would be big. Blazers, I don't really care anymore. Like if they do, that would be awesome. But I think Mariners and Ducks it would make my life complete. Since I already got a couple Bucks championships. Blazers got one a couple years before I was born, and they're never going to be able to get good. They don't spend money there, but I can hope that the Ducks get one first, and then the Mariners in the next 20 years, I hope. Paisley does love Dad. Appreciate you, Reflect. You're a big contributor to the channel. Especially when things were getting kind of tough, and you always need to have that one or two people that like step up, to be able to kind of, hold it down to show the rest of the people like the standard of what things need to be. And you definitely have done above and beyond. And I really do appreciate that. You need to have those people, because otherwise you're going to have others that disappear, others that don't have the finances to support. But then you're going to have people that, it's a choice, whether they do it or not when things are good. And, or even when things aren't good, still making a choice to help, when they maybe can't afford to help, but they're still doing it. And I do appreciate you very much, man. You're going to, make things a lot easier for me and Paisley moving forward so I can keep continuing to, try to be a good role model and a good, good face on YouTube and not be fugazi and fake, and create a safe place where we can all hang out and enjoy wrestling and sports and actually have genuine good friendships and build from there. It's an exciting time when you can actually have a group of people where you actually genuinely care about each other and want each other to win, instead of hating on each other all the time like a lot of people. So. But I'll tell you what, I am going to be screaming so loud. I mean, shit. I mean, if I actually had, the proper, like if I actually had a Husky friend, that had a bunch of jerseys and stuff, I'd be like, hit me up with a Husky fucking do-rag and give me a Penix sewn jersey. I would definitely rock it on the stream. I won't have anything like that, but in spirit, even when I'm wearing my Duck merch, I will be rooting for the Huskies harder than anybody in college football. And I actually do think that they're going to get there. I think they're going to get to the Natty. I just don't know if you're going to be able to win it all, but I hope that they win it all. I think it would be a great moment for not only Oregonians, but Washingtonians and the Pacific Northwest, saying, hey, California is West Coast, but we're not them. Oregon and Washington are our own entity. We are the Pacific Northwest. It's different. West Coast is the best coast. Yeah, you want to include California. But when we win it, we usually don't get the glory when you're in Oregon and Washington. Usually California is bigger, they're more popular. They get the glory. We don't usually get the glory. But when we do, it's going to be a very, very special time. I love coaching. Coach of the year. He's kind of good. Yeah. But it shows you, though, even though the defense isn't like, top 10 and like Oregon's recruiting better, it really comes down to execution, play calling, and getting the job done in the big games. And sometimes just getting those execution plays, done, that's what helps you win by 3 points 2 times. You guys played a clean game. You played more aggressively. You deserved it. We played kind of ballsy in that first game on the road, we're playing with house money. Fuck it. And I wish we were more conservative. Then we went aggressive in the second game, but it didn't matter because you guys punched us in the mouth early, set the tone. And when you set the tone, we weren't able to recover, and you guys deserved to win. So I don't got any hard feelings whatsoever. So yeah, I didn't want the fucking Buccaneers to go to the playoffs, but now my dream of getting Michael Penix Jr. or any quarterback is done. They're going to sign Baker, to this extension. Baker is going to be the quarterback for my team for the next 3 years, and chances are they're probably not even going to get another quarterback in the draft this year or next year. So I'm just going to have to live vicariously through Michael Penix Jr. and some of these other quarterbacks. So if he can't come to the Buccaneers, then I got to hope that Michael Penix Jr. goes to the Vikings. Purple, him, Jay Jetta, Addison, Hawkinson. Tell me that wouldn't be a good fit. It might be slow at first, but a lefty in Minnesota would give that proper spark that franchise needs to be able to compete with Detroit. So I'm hoping that could, end up being the end result if I can't get that. So, I mean, think about all the teams that are out there, and think about like good fits. And to me, That might be one of the most natural fits. Do they need a quarterback? Yes. Are there good weapons for Penix Jr. to succeed? Yes. Could he have a nice relationship with Jetta, Addison, and Hawkinson? Yes. Is the O-line trash? Yes. Do you need a better running back than Chandler? Yes. Is the defense booty? Yes. Right? But if you can start filling in the gaps, Minnesota could be like kind of like the Miami Dolphins of the NFC. That could be kind of fun. Purple. Keep the jersey color the same. Boom shakalaka. Michael Penix Jr. to Jay Jetta. I mean, oh my God, that would be amazing. So if I can't get him, that's where I think I would want him to go. Now, am I a Vikings fan? No, but I'm just looking at, okay, Jay Jetta, fantasy value, Hawkinson, Addison. He would look cool. It would be a natural fit. I think that they would adore him, and I think it would be a match made in heaven. But again, I'm not running shit, so we'll have to see where it goes. Yeah, well, they bench Ritter, so now Ritter and Heineke are not good enough. So that means that you're going to be looking at, Bo Nix, Quinn Ewers, Drake May, these guys, and then maybe Jaden Daniels. And you think the Saints, Bucks, and Falcons are all going to be looking, either this year or next year, or waiting for Shedeur Sanders next year, depending on how good he does. So we'll have to see on how that, kind of all plays out. So Georgia is winning the Natty this year. So magically, they're just going to end up in the tourney and then replace Alabama, and then Georgia's going to end up going three-peat, right? They're just going to make their way in. They did you guys dirty, you know what I mean? But we'll see. Michigan, Bama will be good, but Michigan, Georgia would have been good too. And I think Washington, Texas is going to be awesome. High flying, up tempo, lots of scoring. And then the other game is going to be kind of like this, where it's going to be not even maybe this high scoring, but it'll be kind of in mud. Great defense, great offense at times. And, those scores should be lower, and it'll be a little bit more of a boring game, but whoever makes those big couple plays is going to win. And that's, either going to be Michigan or Bama. And then the other one is going to be, high scoring, big touchdowns from Penix Jr., big, long touchdowns from Ewers. You're going to scream, you're going to cheer, you're going to get excited, and I think that will be the more entertaining game, and especially if we get Michael Penix Jr. to represent, for the Pac-12. So next year, well, we'll see. You guys are losing all your recruits to Oregon and all these other schools, bro. Everyone's leaving, but you did get Trevor Etienne. I did see that. So you did end up stealing away a running back from Florida, where Florida fans like Finley are not happy with that. So, well, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Reflect. Is there anything else that you want me to throw up? Seattle Seahawks, Mariners, Huskies, or anything else that you want to see specifically before I go? I want to make sure I ask you before I just go for my long 45-minute walk and eat some dinner, eat some leftovers, and do that. And then we'll see what we have on tap tomorrow. I want to do Kraken, but I believe that they don't even come back till Wednesday. Yeah, they don't even come back until so Kraken and Flames at 6:30 on Wednesday. So we'll do that. So what does that mean for tomorrow? Is there a bowl game tomorrow? Looks like there's a couple of them. Bowling Green, Minnesota, Texas State Rice, Kansas UNLV. Those aren't really worth doing though. So I don't know what we're going to be doing for content tomorrow. NBA, Kings Blazers. I mean, I really don't want to do NBA, but we might have to do Kings Blazers because there's nothing else to do. And maybe I'll do that. Then Kraken on Wednesday. And then do we still have Thursday night football, or is that ended? Do we still have Thursday night for like one more week, or are we done with that? Looks like we have Jets Browns. So even though that looks on paper, it looks like it's kind of crappy, but I think it could be okay. And then Saturday we got Lions Cowboys. Ooh, I'll do that. And then Dolphins Ravens on Sunday. Ooh. Saints Bucks. Go Bucks. Some good matchups. Packers Vikings on Sunday night. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I know where I need to go. Saul Goodman. Well, Reflect, you are an MVP. Thank you for getting us there when I didn't think we would get there. So I appreciate you very, very much. Mental health is very, very important. So make sure you guys are taking care of that. You only got one. Reflect with a big electric dono to get us there. And we got to make sure we're at least throwing up the proper logo for him. There we go. Much better. Hawks for him. And Mariners. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I miss that spiraling logo, the spinning logo of the Mariners. I miss it. I miss this. Mariner Moose. One day we'll be good. I hope. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you to everyone that donated, commented, shared. Reflect is the MVP. If you're looking for a good show to watch, Better Call Saul is a good one, like Breaking Bad. Shout out to Matt, Reflect, Sarah, Shep, all y'all, people watching on Twitter, X. You guys are awesome. I love you and I appreciate you. You guys be safe. We will be streaming tomorrow. Maybe I'll do Blazer game. I mean, I don't really want to do NBA, but if there's nothing else to do, we got to do that. Kraken Wednesday, and then we'll do Jets Browns on Thursday. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Merry Christmas. Have a good holiday. And I got one question for you. Who you know talks sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang. John, love you too. Gang.